or activities intended to disturb the order or decorum of the governing body meeting shall be permitted. No citizen shall speak or comment so as to distract, disturb, or interrupt any other speaker, but shall only make comments after the mayor has recognized him or her, or after he or she has stated their name and address. Any citizen who shall harmfully disturb the lawful assembly of the governing body meeting shall be asked by the mayor to leave the meeting. And in the event that such citizen will not leave the public assembly and continues to disturb such assembly, such person may be subject to be removed from the chamber for disturbance of peace. And the trustees, town staff, and members of the public shall not make belligerent, slanderous, threatening, abusive, or disparaging comments to or about others during this meeting. No shouting and no physical actions will be tolerated. Okay? Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go to number 3. We're gonna go to public comments, number 2. And we're gonna start with, if you have a blue dot and you're number 1. Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay, thank you. Okay. Number 2. Okay. Number 3. This is, okay, go ahead, please.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Plotkin. I'm an Oklahoma business owner and a father of 4. My company will turn the metal this plant makes into finished American products. So this isn't just theory for me up here. It's my payroll, capital, my kids' future, right here in Inola. Let me be really direct. For Inola, this is jobs the day construction starts, and paychecks for a generation afterwards. A tax base that builds schools and roads in our state. Short term, it's the biggest thing to happen to this town in our lifetimes. Long term, it's why our kids and grandkids won't have to leave Inola to find good work. And understand who chose you. EGA could have built anywhere in the world. They chose Inola for the people here. And because Oklahoma is an honest, easy place to do business, let's stick to our word. They've already opened an office right here in town. And from day one, they brought in local partners, Century Aluminum, and me as an Oklahoman, US Aluminum. I signed an MOU with EGA to build the downstream, the factories that will take the raw aluminum and turn it into finished products and lasting jobs. The smelter is just the anchor. The downstream is the exponential growth that we'll have right here in Oklahoma. It's not just one plant, it's the start of an entire industry right here. This is one of the things that troubles me. EGA opened that office so anyone with a question could walk in and get an answer, face to face. Almost nobody has. The experts are here, the answers are here, they're already paid for, they're waiting. If you have concerns, good, go use them, that's what they're here for. But before you vote to slow down, the best thing that has come to this town in a generation. Anyone who's worried about the environment, do the homework. Look at modern smelters all around the world, Iceland, Norway, Canada. They sit in some of the most beautiful, most protected countries on earth, under the most strict environmental rules in the world. This industry can run clean in the toughest places on the planet. It will run clean here in Oklahoma. We Oklahomans should hold them to it through our regulatory process. So here's what's at stake. The moratorium doesn't just delay the plant. It tells every American that we don't value our country's independence, that we won't carry our weight to make materials that our defense depends on. And it tells every employer watching that Oklahoma blinks. We already lose too many of our young people, too many jobs to Texas. This council could set our state and our country back decades with a single vote. That's bad for me, but it's far worse for my children and my grandchildren. We don't need to slow this down. We need to step up and lead. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're gonna go to number 4. If you have a blue sticker, has number 4 on it, you're next, please.
Good evening. My name is Kip Collins. I'm president at MD Building Products, a family-owned Oklahoma manufacturer that's been making things in America for over 100 years. Let me tell you what we make, because it's probably in your house right now. The weather stripping around your front door, the threshold you step over, the metal trim between your carpet and your tile, that's us. MD products are in tens of millions of Americans' homes, and aluminum is the lifeblood of nearly everything that we make. We employ about 1,100 people, more than 600 right here in Oklahoma. Good jobs with families behind them. And for more than 30 years, while our competitors chase cheaper prices, easier operations, and less complexity overseas, MD kept investing in American manufacturing. We chose to make it here. So I have a front row seat to something painful. I've watched this industry leave the United States, year after year, plant after plant. Today, the aluminum we depend on comes from all over the world, and almost none of it from America. You would think cheaper was better. It wasn't. What we got instead was fragile, fragmented supply chains, prices we can't predict and we can't control. And when the supply chain breaks, I'm the one that has to call the customer and say we can't deliver. That's not a hypothetical, that's a Tuesday. Here's what this country learned the hard way. When you send your manufacturing overseas, you don't just send the jobs. You send the independents and you send the profits. You lose control of the materials. This project changes that. Oklahoma Primary Aluminum would put primary aluminum production back on American soil in our state. Every billet it cast would carry a mark made in the US by Oklahoma Primary Aluminum. For a company like ours, that is not a slogan. That's supply that we can count on, jobs that we can protect, and a customer we can finally say yes to. MD has been reshoring American manufacturing for 3 decades. Oklahoma has led the way in bringing industry home, but we can't finish this job downstream if we don't make the metal upstream. So I'm asking this board, please don't slow this down. Let Oklahoma take the next step. Let's bring the making of this critical material home and protect the industry and the jobs we already have. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if you have a blue dot, it has a 5 on it. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, number 5.
Good evening. My name is Brigadier General Andrew Ballinger. I am here at the request of the Adjutant General of Oklahoma and by extension the Oklahoma Military Department to talk about the national defense implications of having a domestic aluminum production facility here in the United States. Okay. So by the way, I have studied this quite a bit at the National War College, and I have seen some of the implications recently when I was in East Africa. As you can imagine, it's very difficult to get certain high-end pieces of equipment, not necessarily war-fighting equipment, but other administrative and logistical things that we have to have in Africa, because nothing is made locally. Everything is imported from overseas. So I have some experience with what we're talking about here, and I just want to relay the thoughts and concerns of the military department in Oklahoma and myself as their representative. As the gentleman before me just mentioned, about 80% of our aluminum is imported that we use here domestically in the United States. The number 1 and number 3 producers, as I understand it, are China and Russia. There are implications in the event of what we call contested logistics that should trouble arise either with one of those 2 countries or elsewhere, and they have the ability to impact our ability to resupply our defense industrial base, which is what we're talking about here, we can expect that they will do so. So not only do we have to worry about protecting our troops and other things moving into a different theory of operations worldwide, but we have to worry about protecting the resupply of the raw materials that we must have that come into this country. It kind of stands to reason, therefore, that a domestic production capability is safer to, or is easier to safeguard here at home if it's based here at home, and also because of the predictability and the price stability of that raw material. As just an aside, since about the year 2000, there's been a rapid increase in the amount of things that are manufactured overseas and then imported into the United States. And so as a result of that, we've kind of gotten sideways with our domestic defense industrial base. And this is a very positive move in the eyes of most defense experts to increase that capability in the continental United States for those reasons. And let me just add that when you have a manufacturing capability, no matter if it is defense related or sort of not, there is a sort of osmosis that occurs in the production. We have to have that experience as well. So that aids in that. I appreciate the council very much. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay, number 6.
Good evening, my name is Janet Spurlock, and I yield my time to Beth Eaton. Tonight you're going to hear presentations from multiple organizations that will tell you about the environmental permits, national security implications, jobs, economic transformation, and the legal risks to this town. But let me refresh your memory on what we've uncovered in the last year. Claim 1, we will operate within permit limits. ODEQ will protect you. ODEQ is going to tell you the permitting process is thorough. Air monitoring will be in place, and there will be safe limits. However, the technology they claim to be using is state-of-the-art, yet it cannot be validated, as it's only based on modeling and projections. It will be submitted in good faith by EGA, not tested by EPA or ODEQ. In 2006, the EPA commissioned a study of cumulative fluoride exposure. The conclusion, total fluoride exposure was already at or exceeding safe thresholds. Yet at the ODEQ process meeting in April, the chief engineer told us that ODEQ will not look at the cumulative impacts of multiple industries. Instead, each one is looked at on their own, and they won't look at Century's other facilities' history of significant non-compliance. Claim 2, this is a critical industry, a matter of national security. Let me remind you, just a few weeks ago, when the governor's office told us, and I suspect the letter from the White House will likely state it again, that aluminum is critical to our military, that the U.S. imports 85% of its aluminum, and that this plant doubles American capacity and brings 1,000 jobs. This is what you won't hear. Century Aluminum already had a plant described as producing some of the purest, highest quality defense-grade aluminum here in the U.S. But Century shut it down and put roughly 650 people out of work in Hawesville, Kentucky. So when they tell you this is a critical industry, ask them why the plant wasn't already making that critical aluminum and it couldn't survive. The answer is always the same across their company. They need cheap power. There is still no signed power agreement for this project. Do they intend to sue the state of Oklahoma or the OCC if they don't pass an affordable, large load tariff rate for their required power generation? The Aluminum Association imports approximately 70% of its aluminum from Canada, not from China, from Canada, where aluminum production is cleaner and dramatically cheaper because it runs on hydropower. And the Aluminum Association The industry's own trade group has asked for a ban on exports, as it is estimated that 2 to 3 million metric tons are exported annually.
Thank you. Number 7, please.
My name is Roger Eaton. I'm an Inola resident for over 20 years. I yield my time to Beth Richards.
Okay. Beth, you have 3 minutes.
Got it. The Tulsa Sports claims that they've invested $18 million in a rail spur and over $70 million in a wastewater treatment facility. They frame that as commitment to Inola, but commitment to what exactly? And with whose money? The rail spur does not only exist for the smelter. The wastewater facility does not only exist for the smelter. These connections serve any tenant in their park. Now, if they claim that this moratorium puts the port development on hold indefinitely, they would see if they read it, it's clearly stated that it does not. And if the industrial park is as valuable as Tulsa Ports claims, why does their entire argument depend on this one tenant? I mean, considering that they bought that land for $1 an acre and then promoted it as such a generous gift from PSO, who sat on it for over 37 years with no meaningful revenue. Meanwhile, PSO secured a 99-year service agreement in return and is now asking for rate increases to us. Yes, how generous of them. Let's look at OPA's letter. And that says that they want to work with this community in a transparent, responsive, constructive manner. There's that patronizing tone that I recognize, but yet they disabled their comments on their Facebook page and held private meetings with select residents days before this meeting. Let me remind you of a conversation that I had with Century Aluminum's attorney when he told me to my face that the injury claims from communities near Mount Holly had no basis, and then proceeded to encourage me to apply for a job. Their attorney, representing a company trying to build next to our homes and schools, has dismissed real community health and safety concerns like they were nothing. Shame on them for threatening a small Oklahoma town with hundreds of millions of dollars in litigation. That is not talking to us like neighbors, as Matt Abad told Fox 23 at that same meeting in March, or when he told the Tulsa World in April that we know how to navigate these local politics, federal landscape, and workforce. Then, their letter invokes the U.S. and Oklahoma Constitution, claiming that this moratorium is an unconstitutional taking of property rights. Property rights are not an unlimited free-for-all. The right to use your property has never meant the right to harm your neighbor. The same company that benefits from our hundreds of millions in federal, state, and local funding is claiming that the government has no authority to regulate what they build. Lastly, about OPA, it is, in fact, a shell company for a foreign government who slapped an Oklahoma name on it and wants to use our Constitution to stop an American town from governing itself. And as EGA has touted to our local trustee about how Century doesn't really have any control and isn't really running this show, wants to use it against us while simultaneously not following the same practices in their own country. I would be jailed, fined, or worse for what I'm saying to you today. The only thing transparent about their letter is their fear that 6 months of review may uncover something that they do not want this town to see, and we've clearly put the pressure in the right spot. I've got 6 seconds left, but I'm the next person. Can I keep reading? I'm almost done. They say, I'm almost done, I won't take 3 minutes. They say they want, what?
We're trying to limit everyone to 3 minutes, please.
That's okay.
She's the next person.
Yeah, we just got a little bit left.
Yeah, like, that's it. It's fast, it's big print.
Okay,
I'll cut it short.
okay.
They say they want open, transparent dialogue while having private lobbying meetings and disabling public comments. They want to have domestic aluminum. They say ratepayers are protected, but PSO has already approved over $1 billion in new power generation through CWIC funds. We do not misunderstand. These are all contradictions, and we do not live in a paradox. They want us to trust the process as if they do not see that we are the study. What they're describing feels like we're being pushed out of the plane, strapped here, and told not to question whether it opens or not, to be grateful to be here, for the opportunity to be here. We have right to question all of it. Please pass this moratorium. They've already spent tens of millions of dollars. They can afford to wait a few more months. And I stand by what I said. We support you guys when you make the right decisions. We are here for you, so do not be afraid of this. Thank you.
Okay, so number 9, please. Oh, is that you?
Yeah, I was for backup if you didn't.
Oh, okay. Please remember, we're trying to limit this to 3 minutes, okay? Number 10.
OCO. My name is Lacey Ray Sweet. I am a Claymore resident, and I am taking the time out of my afternoon to speak tonight at the Inola Town Hall meeting. Like many people here, I am in opposition of the aluminum smelter. Looking at the studies, facts, and statistics, I cannot imagine why anybody would want to bring something like this to the small rural town of Inola, Oklahoma. Sadly, if this project moves forward, Inolians and many neighboring Oklahomans will unconsensually suffer the effects of tons of pollutants as well as a higher electric bill. Sounds promising. The pollution radius is said to be up to 15 miles, and that is not including the Oklahoma wind. Documented studies from comparable facilities show that literal tons of pollutants will be emitted into our air, water, and land. The 1979 Cornwall Island study shows that a herd of cattle exposed to 300 tons of fluoride per year dropped dead within a 5-mile radius. The Inola smelter will emit 425 tons per year and will be less than 3 miles from the school, homes, and farms. For those who stand in the support of the smelter, would you want to live next to that? Would you want your family or farm living less than 3 miles from 425 yearly tons of fluoride? Well, you surely want other people's families and farms to be subjected to that. The blatant disregard of the health for Oklahomans, wildlife, and the environment as a whole disgusts me. Shame on those who support the smelter. How heartbreaking for those who have lived in Inola for years, built their lives, raised generations, and owned family farms. The Bible commands us to care for each other, the animals, and the land that God gifted us. One day, you'll stand before Him and answer for supporting this. Please, we urge you to vote yes to this proposed moratorium. Please stand with us, not against us. Thank you for your time.
Number 11.
Esteemed Mayor Scheer and trustees of the Town Council, good evening. My name is Adam Burstein, and I'm honored to be here this evening with the good people of the town of Inola and the state of Oklahoma. Thank you. I am the Technical Director for Strategic and Critical Materials in the Office of the Secretary of War. I am here before you this evening representing the Assistant Secretary for Industrial-Based Policy. We are responsible for ensuring that our sons and daughters, sisters and brothers, and fathers and mothers in uniform have the equipment and materials they need to fight our nation's wars and return home to us safely. My primary responsibility is to figure out how to secure the raw materials, the minerals and metals necessary to make this happen. I'm here to highlight the critical role of aluminum and the Oklahoma Primary Aluminum Project to our mutual national security and the Defense Industrial Base, a matter that connects the local economy of Inola and Oklahoma directly to the safety and security of our nation. Often when we think of national defense, we picture the final products. We envision fighter jets soaring overhead, naval vessels patrolling the seas, and armored vehicles protecting our service members. Yet none of these capabilities can exist without the foundational materials that build them. Aluminum is the backbone of our modern military. However, the defense industrial base is only as strong as its local supply chains. We cannot continue to rely on foreign competitors or adversaries for the materials that secure our freedoms. Domestic production, refining, and manufacturing of aluminum are absolute imperatives for national security. Unfortunately, today we find ourselves in a precarious position, reliant on foreign and adversarial sources for materials such as aluminum. Since 1980, the United States has lost 80% of its domestic primary aluminum smelting capability, and we now produce only a small fraction of what we need. It's been 46 years since the last primary aluminum smelter was built in the United States. The Oklahoma Primary Aluminum Project represents a critical opportunity to rebuild our primary aluminum production capability. Over the past few years, we have started to experience the risks of our raw material reliance as certain nations have taken action against us. As a nation, we cannot afford to be so dependent on others and vulnerable to such manipulation. When we support industrial development and infrastructure in our own communities, we are not just creating jobs or boosting local tax revenue, we are actively fortifying the United States' ability to equip and defend itself. Every ton of aluminum produced or processed domestically is a step toward true strategic independence. This town and this state have a unique opportunity to be a crucial link for our national security. By continuing to foster a supportive environment for manufacturing and heavy industry, and recognizing the criticality of a project such as the one we're discussing this evening, you ensure that our fighting forces have the reliable domestic supply of aluminum they require to fight, to win, and to come home. A resilient supply chain starts right here. The Oklahoma Primary Aluminum Project is vital to our national defense. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Number 12, please.
Hello, Mayor Shear, Vice Mayor and trustees, and the wonderful people of Inola. My name is Audrey Robertson. I work for all of you. I am the Assistant Secretary of Energy at the Department of Energy, and I oversee our Office of Critical Minerals and Energy Innovation. My mandate is to secure America's energy and manufacturing independence. But I'm a newcomer to Washington and was thrilled to come to a wonderful town in the middle of the country and leave DC this morning. Because before answering President Trump's call to serve, I spent my career building energy infrastructure in rural communities across the West. I know that abstract national goals don't mean a thing to communities that will live alongside this infrastructure for the rest of their lives, unless they're assured of the material benefits, unless those are communicated. And I know and can hear that there is skepticism in this room. There are worries about what this project means for your air, your children, your soil, for your beautiful river, for the farms and schools I drove by coming here today. These are not just fair questions, they're the exact questions you should be asking. And if I lived here, I would be standing right where you are and demanding answers. And I'm here today to address your concerns directly. But we've heard from several today about where we stand as a country. Today, the United States is in a terrible position in that we have outsourced the things we need to survive, the things we need to grow, and the things we need to thrive in America. Over the last 30 years, it's been a constant departure. Aluminum, as has been noted, is unique. It has the strength of steel with a third of the weight. It is indispensable to the building of our electricity grids, our defense systems, aircrafts, laptops, phones, kitchen appliances, electrical wiring. And for decades, we have had to rely on others. This aluminum smelter will represent billions of dollars going into the community. It will represent thousands of jobs, 4,000 to 4,000 job estimate for construction, and 1,000 permanent.
Just a minute. Can we be respectful of the person that's up here talking? And for each and every one of you, it's your turn up here. Please. Please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. The high-paying career opportunities that will be provided to all of Rogers County represent exactly what this is, the largest economic development project in the history of Oklahoma. But I know what's on your mind. I can hear people in the background, and I would like to reclaim some of my time if that's okay, Mayor, since I was interrupted.
Give her 5
Excuse me.
seconds.
Excuse me, please. I did interrupt her. I'm gonna give her an extra minute, and please be respectful. Please be respectful.
So I can hear from the people behind me, you don't believe that the cost of having an industrial facility is worth the benefit. Let me tell you that this project received $500 million from my office. We are the Department of Energy that provided that funding. And the office it came from is called the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations. It is contingent. Our funding is contingent on this project meeting the most rigorous environmental standards. The reason you are looking at programs and smelters all around the world and from 50 years ago is because this smelter technology hasn't been built in the United States. This is the newest technology. This is closed loop technology that emissions will not leave the plant. They are captured. Water goes through a water. All right, I guess it's not as friendly here as where I came from. But I understand you have concerns. And specifically, Mayor, I want you to know that we care about this community. And we believe this project will bring great things to this community and this nation.
Thank you for your time. Okay, we're down to number 13, please.
Well, heck, after that, I'm a little bit scared up here. Hello, my name is Aaron Persley. I'm the Chief Economic Development Officer for the City of Tulsa. For transparency, I'd like to say that in the first Trump administration, I was a foreign direct investment advisor for the U.S. Department of Commerce, focused on foreign direct investment, attracting foreign companies to the U.S. So with that, I'll say this. Most things I'm going to say today have already been said. You've heard the numbers, heard the importance of national security, so I'm going to start from a little different perspective here, and I beg your patience and your kindness as I speak, please. I have an intern who's actually, oddly enough, married to a young man from Inola called Dustin Wilkins. And she saw my talking points and said to me, you know what, Aaron, don't read those talking points. I want you to go to Inola, look around, actually feel and experience the place. And after I had a vanilla chocolate twist at Speedy's, I walked around the city, and I realized also, I should say I'm from Kentucky, a little town called Centerville. You have one stoplight, we have one stop sign in Centerville, Kentucky. I've been in Tulsa for 2.5 years. I'm not going to appeal to you through the numbers. I'm just going to say what I feel honestly about this plant and what it means to this country and to what I think the city of Inola. But it's your city, so you have the last word to say. This will be an important project for the U.S. government. It's a primary focus and goal of our president of our country to bring aluminum production back to the United States. As was mentioned before, 80% of the steel in this world comes from China, and that's a danger to our national security. It's also important to note, someone asked me when I came up here earlier when I was talking in the back, they said, would you allow your children to live next to this plant? Would you want this in your backyard? So the truth is, in my backyard, no. In my city, maybe. I say that because there's another thing I talk about the values of rural town. As one man mentioned earlier, many of our children have to leave our communities because they can't find opportunities in their own hometown. For me, as a father of 3 boys and now a grandfather as well, I know the importance of trying to build places, opportunities in my city so my children don't have to leave my city to live, work, and grow. I want them to explore the world, but I want them the opportunity to truly live and work where they grew up. That's important to me, and it's important to many of you as well. And so I support this project for 2 levels. The numbers, yes, are big and incredible. Lots of jobs, construction jobs, 4,000, 9,000 secondary jobs, 1,000 direct jobs, and that's all good and fine. But what it means in terms of the community is much more than that. Thank you, ma'am, for your time.
Thank you. Remember, you never voted.
Number green 13.
Oh,
Oh, blue 13, I'm sorry, blue 13.
yes, please, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, my name is Dr. Krista Rowlett, and I serve as President and CEO of the FISTA, the Fires Innovation Science Technology Accelerator, located in Lawton, Fort Sill. I also lead economic development for the entire southwest region of Oklahoma. At FISTA, our mission is to accelerate the development and production of next-generation defense technology. We bring together defense contractors, researchers, military leaders, and innovators all in one campus. We work every single day to ensure that technologies developed here in Oklahoma can be built, tested, and deployed in support of our warfighters. Our partners include some of the most consequential names in American defense, all the way up to Fortune 100 companies, to include names like Raytheon, Leidos, Northrop Grumman, Anduril, and dozens of others, working on technology right here in our home state to keep our nation safe. I'm here tonight in strong support of the aluminum smelter proposed in Inola, because of what happens in Rogers County directly affects what we can accomplish in southwest Oklahoma and across the entire state of Oklahoma. Here is the reality of modern defense technology. Aluminum is not an optional material. It is a foundational material. Drones, precision munitions, satellite components, radar systems, ground vehicles are all the technologies that our partners are developing and producing in Oklahoma and in FISTA require aluminum in substantial, consistent, and reliable quantities. When the supply is uncertain, when it is dependent on foreign sources that are subject to tariffs, trade disruption, or geopolitical instability, the entire innovation pipeline is at risk, which directly impacts the risk to our national security. We can design the most advanced systems in the world right here in our home state of Oklahoma. But if we cannot reliably source the materials needed to manufacture them at scale, we have built an extraordinary engine with no fuel at all. Think of it this way. It would make little sense for Oklahoma to invest in a world-class bread manufacturing facility if we had no wheat that is grown in our state. The ingredients and the innovation must exist together. That principle applies just as directly to defense, in technology, and aluminum. The Inola smelter is not just an economic development project. It is a national security investment. It is the kind of domestic industrial capacity that makes Oklahoma a more capable and more resilient partner in America's defense posture. FISTA and Southwest Oklahoma stand in full support, coming from a county with lots and lots of manufacturing. Some of the best manufacturing in the nation happens in Southwest Oklahoma, and economic development. We strongly urge this community to embrace the opportunity it has in front of it today. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 14, please.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Howard Ground. I run a nonprofit organization called the Environmental Federation of Oklahoma. And EFO is a nonprofit 501c6 with the goal of ensuring that a balance is reached between protecting Oklahoma's natural resources and responsible economic growth. Achieving this goal will lead to an environment and an improved quality of life for all citizens of Oklahoma. EFO has 125 member companies from all across the state, all types of companies. And we support economic development for the benefit of the local community as well as the entire state. And those 125 companies, they have about 800 environmental health and safety employees. And I work with these employees to make sure that they have the resources to comply with their permits. Make sure that they know exactly what needs to be done. We do training, we do outreach, but I also do help with economic development. So we do support the Oklahoma Primary Aluminum Facility, and this significant economic development impact on the area and the state. And all I really want you to ask is that, what you've heard earlier is that, you take into account the implications far beyond Inola when you make your decision. It doesn't stop here. It's the entire state, it's the country. I don't want Oklahoma to be not open for business. And I'm afraid that's what will happen if we do something that's not to benefit our economic development in the state. We will shut down economic development, and that's not good for anyone. So thank you for your time.
Number 15, please. Blue, number 15.
Hello, I'm Marcy McKinley. I live in Inola. I'm amazed how many people who have spoken about economic and have not looked at the Inola Smelter website, or they've known that we have several chemical engineers who have helped to bring truth to this question. Some of them sitting here tonight. We have a mechanical engineer who designs natural gas plants which supply electricity. We have the top people, and they all are united in understanding that environmentally we can't have this smelter. Some of the people I spoke with earlier admitted that they've never seen the air quality application. I have to wonder why you would talk about what's wrong with you people in Inola that you won't get behind this great opportunity, and they've never looked at the air quality application. That's where you start. Let me tell you about Inola. It's been here since 1908. People's farms, ranches, and homes predate the Port of Inola, and the Tulsa Port Authority. Most of that land was zoned agricultural until 2017, when it was rezoned heavy industrial by the city of Inola. Property owners whose land abuts the Port of Inola didn't like the rezoning, but they were never consulted about it. As a matter of fact, I haven't talked to any of them who were notified of the zoning change at that time. The zoning change was published in the Claremore Progress in 2017, but by that time, those property owners found out about it. There was nothing they could do. Now, the whole town and the surrounding area are facing an aluminum smelter which will usher in toxic chemicals like polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, to name just one, which will bring serious health problems not just for people, but for animals as well. The entire area, including all soil and crops, will be covered in fluorides. Inola hay will become infamous for being poisoned. All property within at least 10 miles of the smelter will face collapsing values. And the Oklahoma business community, Governor Stitt, and Oklahoma politicians, with the exception of Gentner Drummond and Tom Gann and some other fantastic people, are doing nothing about it because they either love the revenue they think the smelter will give them, or they fear President Trump. Now the foreign owners of the smelter from Abu Dhabi and Dubai are threatening Inola with financial sanctions if we dare to call a moratorium so we can look at important questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 16, please. Number 16. Okay, I think it's 17. Is that correct, sir? Are you 16? Okay.
My name's Bob Renner. I prepared this and sitting here and listened to some of this. I was amazed at some of the speakers, especially the ladies that spoke, 4 or 5 of them. And why am I surprised the federal government sent their troops here today? So it changes I voted for the man because I thought he would close the borders, and now he's cramming this down our throat. The people, here's the thing about the people in the community. I've been here 50 of my 86 years. And I'm not in good health, and I don't want to get involved in this because I don't sleep when I do, and I'm not sleeping at night. I've been sick this year. But I've got family and I've got friends here. And this has been a pleasant community to live in. This is the biggest controversy I've ever seen. And I would like to charge each one of you. You are fighting a giant, and I don't feel like all of you know it. We're inviting the enemy of the United States of America, the next door to us, the Muslims over here. Own this land. And who are those people that's going to own the minority portion of it? Where are they from? I bet they're not from Inola. I would say this, too. When President Trump went to China, he come back and said he was going to give land to Chinese businesses to come over here and build. I bet you I know where he can get a bunch of them built. Over on the river. I tell you, if any of you don't feel like taking this fight, and I don't, but you'd be doing yourself and the community a favor to let somebody else in your position that can put up with it.
Number 17, please. 17.
Hello, my name is Amber Self, and I currently reside in East Broken Arrow, directly west of the Verdigris River on our family farm. The Self family has farmed in this area for nearly 5 generations since the 1930s and currently owns farm ground right on the Verdigris River. The family also owns cattle approximately 3 miles away from this proposed aluminum smelter. The proposed smelter location would be directly across the river from the family farm ground. This large project is not just isolated to the town of Inola. This project will directly affect us on the west side of the river in Broken Arrow as well. I don't think that's getting enough attention. The Verdigris River provides water to Wagner County Rural Water District number 4 and number 5, the city of Broken Arrow, the city of Coweta, and many other towns. The water supply is sourced downstream from where the aluminum smelter would be located. There are also many farms downstream that use irrigation for their row crop farming operations. This is a major risk of contamination to the water source. The proposed smelter will emit 425 tons of hydrogen fluoride into the air annually per the Oklahoma DEQ. This amount of fluoride is deemed extremely hazardous according to the EPA. Once fluoride is introduced into a public water supply, it's permanent. Fluoride ions are extremely tough. They do not evaporate, boil, or degrade in water. The only way to remove or filter fluoride from tap water is to use specialized treatment methods, which most standard water treatment plants do not have. We own cattle and horses approximately 3 miles from this location. The hydrogen fluoride that will be emitted will pollute the air, water, grass, and soil surrounding the area. Fluorosis is a chronic disease caused by continued ingestion of small but toxic amounts of fluoride in the diet or drinking water over a long duration of time. When the fluoride settles on the surrounding forage, the cattle and horses then ingest it. Long-term exposure can cause skeletal fluorosis, which will leave a severe impact on our cattle operation. Not only do we have livestock near this proposed smelter location, but we grow corn, wheat, and soybeans approximately 1/10 of a mile from the smelter directly west of the river. Fluoride can accumulate on plant leaves and it can cause leaf burn, it can cause lower yielding crops, and it can cause overall reduced growth. I am for America First, but this agenda is simply not it. Century Aluminum has a long history of not following emission guidelines. They have faced multiple environmental violations for exceeding emissions tests. In Kentucky, they had 30 violations in the last 12 years for exceeding emission limits and numerous other violations. Our family holds great pride in farming, and this proposed aluminum smelter would cause irreversible damage. For our family, farming is...
Thank you.
I have 2 more sentences.
Please finish the 2 sentences.
Okay. For our family, farming is not just a side job, but it is our entire livelihood. This smelter is not only a threat to our family farm and our health, but to the health of every individual that lives in the surrounding area. Please consider passing a moratorium.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. We've talked before. We're talking again tonight. Everyone that seems to have talked on the pro side of this, I can't help but question whether they read the moratorium that is being requested tonight. They are saying national security, this must be done, this must be done. I didn't realize that a temporary stop to study a zoning law somehow prevents the national security of the United States for the most critical mineral. In addition to that, why are we suggesting that when we receive 60% of our import of aluminum from Canada, that we have a strategic issue with the sourcing of that material? I didn't realize that we were at war with Canada. China does not make up the imports of aluminum to this country. That is from the International Aluminum Institute. I would love for them to provide the facts that say that is incorrect. That is not the strategic issue here. The better question for all of you, because I wrote a lot of stuff down and I'm going a completely different direction. The question for you is, why are they here now? Why does this matter to them now? It didn't matter to them months ago. It didn't matter until they realized that maybe this was not going to be an easy punt across the finish line that they thought. And you all have the opportunity to not stop this permanently. You have the opportunity to take a breath and to say, hey, we know that this is the biggest aluminum smelter this country has ever seen. We don't know how to handle that as a town. You shouldn't. You are not who is supposed to make this decision. That's what this temporary moratorium will give you the opportunity. That's great that it's for national security. Wonderful. DEQ hasn't finished their permit writing. They haven't even got through the BACT analysis. They're on step like 2 of 10. Why are you being told that if you pass a temporary moratorium, that somehow displays $1 billion project and loses them $70 million? That makes 0 sense. And I really urge you to look at your neighbors, not these folks that have showed up and asked you to say national security should be above your neighbor, but to look at all of us that live here and say, why can't we take 6 months to figure out whether this is okay?
Go, Carl.
That's you skip.
Good evening. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Carl Day. To set the record straight, I am not against growth in Inola, as the city manager has told others around the community. I am pro-ag business and pro-property rights. I operate a cattle operation in southern Rogers and Maize counties. My business handles close to 3,000 cattle a year, and I only state this to point out the importance of finding out how fluoride from an aluminum smelter could affect my business. I have asked OPA, DEQ, the EPA, and the Oklahoma Department of Ag, with no one giving me a data-driven answer. With millions of dollars at stake for my business, my wife and I made the decision to travel to Henderson County, Kentucky, to gather soil and grass samples. Those samples were taken along county roads and highways 2 and 5 miles north and 2 and 5 miles south of Century Aluminum Seabury plant, with the hopes that those samples would test at levels that would let my business continue. Unfortunately, those 4 samples of grass all came back with toxic levels of fluoride. The lab report was sent to a toxicologist, but I will let somebody else read that to you. These samples range from 1,910 parts per million to 183 parts per million, with 40 parts per million being considered toxic for cattle. These samples were taken the samples taken at both 5-mile distances were actually the highest of the group. I believe these results prove that toxic emissions will not stay on OPA property or even the port's property. Fluoride particulates will be dispersed upon private property for miles, potentially making livestock grazing impossible in the area. I have voiced my concerns with numerous agencies and have attended meetings with EPA officials and senators. On Tuesday of last week, myself and a few other livestock producers were asked to meet with Ziad Ferris with EGA and John Deasy with Century Aluminum to discuss our concerns. They gave us the same answers that we have heard many times before. It's a modern plant with modern technologies. They didn't give any sort of data-driven answers to our questions. And when asked about having a third party gather samples for soil and grass to either confirm or contradict my findings, they said no. Please pass this moratorium so that real data-driven answers can be given. Because it's modern doesn't mean it won't pollute our community. Just for reference, a 5-mile circumference from the smelter would be 50,000 acres. A 7-mile circumference is 100,000 acres.
Thank you, Carl. Number 21, please. No, they messed up.
Paul was 19, I'm 20.
Our paper's different.
Okay.
Okay.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Farron. I'm also a local livestock producer in Inola. I'm the one that sent the Kentucky grass sample data to the Oklahoma State University animal toxicologist, Dr. Dion Vandermeer, for review. Here's what he had to say. The high grass concentrations compared to the soil concentrations indicate that source of fluoride in the grass samples is likely to be fluoride-containing particulates that settle along plant surfaces rather than fluoride uptake from the soil. Known sources of this type of contamination include fertilizer production, mineral supplement production, and metal processing, particularly steel and aluminum. The fluoride concentrations in the soil do not represent a significant poisoning risk to grazing animals. The fluoride concentrations in grass samples, however, are not compatible with safe grazing of cattle. The National Academies indicated a maximum tolerable dietary fluoride level for beef cattle at 40 parts per million. The tested grass samples contain fluoride at up to 48 times this level. This represents an extremely high exposure scenario of animals where to graze such grass is a substantial component of their diet. The most likely risk is chronic fluorosis with potential for permanent dental and skeletal damage, impaired growth, lameness, and poor welfare. One of his recommendations, which should resonate with everybody in this room, is do not make hay or silage from any potentially affected pastures for cattle feed unless testing confirms acceptable fluoride concentrations. Like Carl mentioned last week, myself and other livestock producers met with EGA and Century representatives. We asked if they would be willing to have an independent third party collect samples around current Century aluminum sites. They refused. We also asked who would be liable in the event livestock became ill, lame, or died, or if hay was sold to an individual in a different area and those livestock became ill, lame, or died. They refused to answer on account that they did not have their lawyers present. Now ask yourself, why would a company who claims they want to be good neighbors refuse to answer those questions? Refuse to have independent third-party test the grass and soil around their plants? Even if their claim is true that they will reduce fluoride emissions by 70 to 80%, based on these results in Dr. Vandermeer's report, instead of a 48-time toxic limit, it would be a 10 to 14-time toxic limit. I ask you to pass this moratorium and call for third-party independent testing around their current sites, and let science and data be the guide, not a corporation.
Okay, so my numbers are off here, so we're gonna say 21. Is that Cody Moore? Is that you? Please.
Good evening. My name is Cody Moore. My family owns Moore's Flying M Ranch. We've been here a while. I'm here to ask you to pass the moratorium tonight. Please don't let a threat letter from the UAE make this decision for you. A moratorium grounded in the health and safety of this community is not arbitrary targeting. We won't be bullied. There are people scheduled to talk tonight whose money matters more than our livelihood and health. We've heard from a few already. They got here early to tell us how we should sacrifice for our country, as if farmers don't sacrifice enough. Please keep in mind that national security is not on the shoulders of Inola citizens. We were just the path of least resistance until now. As you hear tonight from the EPA and the ODEQ, please remember, permitted does not mean safe. Century Aluminum ran a smelter at Mount Holly, South Carolina, that exceeded its pollution limits more than 20 times in 5 years. Neighbors had aluminum oxide rain down on their homes and cars. They were fined $360,000 just last year. Other smelters, including Columbia Falls, Montana, became Superfund sites. Their towns are still cleaning up today. I yield the rest of my time to my wife, Chris.
Are you down here, please? Have you put your name down the top?
I know, he just yelled
I'm
his
sorry.
name.
If you can finish your 3 minutes, please, and you're not on the agenda. I mean, on the deal.
All right. I'm going to read this poem. It's a poem. When you were a child, did you play among the trees? Did you dig in the dirt and feel the breeze on the swings? Did your grandpa have cattle? Did you watch as they roamed? Did your grandma grow a garden right outside her home? Did you ever ache for those feelings, for the warmth of that sun? What you've yet to do now can still be undone. Our children are still here. My son is right there. I'm not asking, I'm begging. Let him breathe clean air. You were once a child and you're trusted your grown-ups to choose for your safety, your air, your livelihood, that they would side with the greater good. My heart is on my sleeve as I beg of you to refuse. You know what the right answer is, and I think you've always known. Please vote like the child that you once were is still coming home.
Number 22, please. 22.
We'll turn this way. I know a lot of us had time to stretch a minute ago, so if you're for the smelter, you could stand up. That's what I thought. Yep. All of these people have the balls to stand up and come in here today, and we've got a lot of people sitting over here on this left side. And where I come from, we call that butt puppets. Somebody dresses up and somebody sends them to come down here and talk and say a bunch of crap. But for the first guy that spoke, that's real worried about your family, your kids, and your livelihood, you want to move next door to this buddy and raise 4 generations of family and have your dogs and cats out there? No. Don't tell me you're worried about your livelihood because of this plant coming in. You think we're not? There's several generations sitting on this front row right here that's got land invested for years. I've got land that the family's going to be on for years, but no, we're all scared to death. We're going to lose it. So your kids can have a good life. That's what you're worried about. Come down here and move next to it, buddy. Put it in your damn backyard.
Number 23, please.
Oh, gosh.
Number 23.
Yeah, it's only gonna get worse for him. All right, so they're out of touch.
Your microphone,
What I gotta do? I gotta grab the microphone. All right, okay. You guys are out of touch. I mean, absolutely out of touch. And I understand you're only doing your job, but you're paid to be here. We're not paid to be here. We're actually losing money to be here. So I get it to a small degree, but ethically, the fear mongering. So we've had nothing but name dropping, right? I've heard Trump a dozen times. I don't care. I voted for him 3 times too. I don't care. Trump don't live in my backyard. I've heard fear mongering. That's been my favorite part. The generalities, right? Well, we got national security, open for business, logistics, positive move, actively fortifying. None of that means anything. So just for reference, I was in the United States military also. And I worked in the Public Affairs Office, the PAO. What they're doing, I facilitated. It's bullcrap, right? It literally, I did this for a living, okay? All right, so here's the reality. If our national security literally depends on this smelter, again, then you didn't do your jobs. Why should we listen to you now? If you put us in this position, we're not here to save you from your mistakes. We're not here, guys, we're not here to save them from their mistakes, right? That's not our responsibility. If they created that reality, but we all know, again, it's fear-mongering, that's not a reality, okay? The United States of America is not in danger because we don't have enough aluminum, right? I mean, do we need more aluminum? Absolutely. And hey, who are you trying to convince? Nobody here, it was so patronizing, narcissistic, and entitled. Oh my gosh, we know. We've heard it. The bullet points every day. We know aluminum's important. We know jobs matter. We know industry matters. Not here. You literally want to take a plant that's going to poison hay and put it in the hay capital of the world. How dumb! And you think, okay, all right. Let me write it down. All right. Sorry. It's just so crazy to think that we're going to believe that. Again, he said there's no data-driven. It's all generalities. No data-driven. We're not your guinea pigs. The data, all the data that is out there shows it's bad. It's bad. Give me one data point that you can prove. We might talk. The moratorium is simply that. Giving everyone time to breathe, look at it, and take a chance. Okay? Look, you're our elected officials. Okay? You are here to represent our wishes to the state and federal government, not the federal government's wishes to the city. Period. This is your community that elected you guys. I know every one of you intimately. But you're here for us, not for them. We don't want it. I don't care if it's safe. I don't. I really don't. We don't want it. We don't have to care for those things.
Number 24, please.
Oh, God, I want to get some of
Mr. Durbin, are you not 24?
I got applause on the way up. I just want to point that out.
Y'all, I'm American by birth, and God bless the United States of America. Folks, I'm an Oklahoman by choice. I live here because I love Oklahoma. And I'm here tonight with the fine, fantastic citizens of Inola by the grace of God to stand up with them and fight about choice. That's what you face here tonight. It is not an enviable place that you sit. I don't envy you not one bit, because you have a tough choice, as we've all faced in our lives as we come to those crossroads of what to do. And in our lives, we have the choice sometimes of taking the easy path or taking the hard path. And here tonight, I'm here to tell you that the easy path is going along with the federal government and those trying to sell you a multi-billion-dollar deal that will sell Oklahomans in the city of Inola out. That's the easy path. That's not the hard path. Tonight, I'm asking you to make a decision that is based on making the hard choices. It's difficult to make those choices, but those kind of decisions are what lead to principle. And that is what matters in the great state of Oklahoma. So I want you to know not who stands against the Inola smelter. I think that's pretty clear. But I want you to know that as you choose this difficult path, the path towards moratorium, sensible thinking, sensible design, investigation and discovery, I want you to know that there are people here who are against the smelter, but they stand with you if you stand for them in a moratorium to investigate this issue. I stand with you if you choose this fight against the federal government. You're going to go back and you're going to get advice from Nathan Cross, a man who I went to law school with. And he's a smart guy. He's not going to be able to deliver you any promises on exactly what you need to do to make the right decision, because this is not what principled decisions rest on. They don't rest on clear and easy decisions. They rest on decisions that are hard. And the hard decision here is to fight against a massive federal bureaucracy, to fight against foreign entities that want to own Oklahoma land. And on our 250th anniversary of this country, I want to stand against foreign ownership of United States of America property. And I want to ask everybody in here who will stand with the Inola Council, if they vote against this, if you will for a second, just stand. If you'll stand with them to fight against this. I rest my case. Thank you.
Okay, we are on number 26, please.
Mayor and Board of Trustees, thank you for your service. My name is John Chappie. I'm from the Oklahoma Department of Commerce. I'm here to read a note on behalf of the Aluminum Association. The Aluminum Association has long supported growing aluminum smelter base in the United States. From the 1980s to today, U.S. primary aluminum production declined more than 80%, while jobs in the sector have declined around 75% over the past decade. Today, the United States is only able to make about 17% of the primary aluminum it uses every year, making us heavily reliant on imports to meet demand. The Aluminum Association supports an all-of-the-above approach to metal supply. Both primary aluminum production and recycling have a critical role to play in increasing American aluminum self-reliance. As we noted when the project was formally announced, the Inola smelter would be an enormous beacon for American aluminum makers and a significant step toward making a more self-sufficient domestic industry. Primary and recycled aluminum are complementary, not interchangeable materials. Even with continued growth in recycling and secondary production, the United States will require substantial amounts of primary aluminum to meet demands from defense, aerospace, electrical infrastructure, and other strategic sectors now and in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, number 27, please.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. It's important. I didn't plan on speaking. My name is Hannah Ward. I'm from Claremore, and I appreciate you listening to our comments.
I'm just going to read straight from the study from the Agricultural Science Digest, Volume 41, special issue of April 2021. Sorry, I'm nervous.
You're doing great.
It's acute and chronic effects of aluminum smelter dust on hematology, metal bioaccumulation, and antioxidant status in rats. So it says, aluminum smelting industry is implicated with documented health risks. The study examined toxic effects of aluminum smelting dust on real-life chemical hazard instead of single aluminum compounds, which seldom exist in real life. Sorry. So the methods were that the adult rats were gavaged acute 3 consecutive days and chronic 6 weeks doses of 2 dust concentrations. The results were aluminum and iron were highest in dust and respectively accumulated in the brain, the liver, and the kidneys. Anemia, inflammation in the liver and kidney and caused damage, and oxidative stress were established in view of thrombocytopenia, which was 35%, which is a blood platelet issue. Leukocytes, which was 41%, and lymphocytes, which is 55%, and alterations in the aminotransferase creatine, melanoaldehyde, superoxidative dismutase catalase, aluminum facilitation of iron-mediated lipid preoxidation is suggested. These findings drew attention to the magnitude of dose-dependent and the persistent time-dependent of aluminum dust as health compromising and are of particular significance to workers in the aluminum smelting industry. Well, at the bottom of this first page, it says, this study followed the novel concept of real-life risk simulation. By examining the toxic effects of aluminum smelting dust as a real-life chemical hazard instead of a single aluminum compound, which seldom exists in real life, and the study is an attempt to create reliable predictions and estimates of hemotoxic, nephrotoxic, hepotoxic, and oxidative risks imposed upon human activity exposed to aluminum dust. And my question is, where are the doctors and the scientists that are here to say that we have these studies, we can prove it to you, we know without a fact that everybody here, children, animals, everyone's safe. So thank you.
Thank you. Number 29, please.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Brent Starkey. I'm the head of communications for the State Chamber of Oklahoma. I'm here today representing the Oklahoma business community. First off, we'd like to thank you for spending the time of the service. Decisions like this are never simple. They require careful, thoughtful, and sound judgment. You have to be willing to balance the interests of your community today with the needs of future generations. We appreciate your willingness to take on this responsibility. This is an important project for Oklahoma. While the decisions center along an aluminum production facility, the implications reach far beyond a single site or a single company. Projects like these strengthen our state's manufacturing base, create good paying jobs. They show that Oklahoma is ready to compete for industries that will shape the economy for decades to come. At the same time, we appreciate that members of this community are asking fair questions. When something this big is proposed, those questions are appropriate and they deserve thoughtful answers. The good news is that Oklahoma and our community have processes designed for exactly these moments. Oklahoma is no stranger to conversations like this one. For generations, our state has been a pioneer in energy production. At the same time, we've remained a leader in agriculture, which of course depends on clean water, healthy land, and responsible stewardship. Our experience tells us that these priorities don't have to compete with one another. Oklahoma's history gives us confidence that we can evaluate opportunities like this one carefully and fairly. We believe this project should continue moving through that proven process, and that process matters. It protects the public, it gives communities confidence, and it gives business clear expectations about the standards they must meet. If Oklahoma wants to remain a place where manufacturers choose to build, where families can have good jobs close to home, and where communities can continue to thrive, we must be willing to thoughtfully approve projects like this and not dismiss them simply because they're large or they're new. Our message today is simple. This is a good project for Oklahoma. Environmental standards should be met, and when they are, the plan should move forward. That means new, high-paying jobs for Enola and surrounding communities. Projects like this come around once in a lifetime, and we have a chance to change the trajectory of Oklahoma. We know Oklahoma can welcome responsible industrial development while remaining a good steward for the people and the resources that make our state a great place to live and call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 30, please. Number 30.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the Board of Trustees. I appreciate your service and the difficult decision you have in front of you. My name is John Budd. I'm an Oklahoman. I've raised 2 boys in this state, and like every parent, nothing is more important to me than 2 things: creating opportunities for my children and making sure they're safe. I don't believe those are competing values. As a father, I would not support anything that asks Oklahoma families to choose between those 2 things. Today, I serve as the head of the Oklahoma Department of Commerce, and that's why I'm here tonight. People ask all the time how we keep our children and grandchildren from leaving their homes in Oklahoma for a bigger city. I worry about it all the time with my boys. We keep them by creating exciting opportunities where they grow up. This is the kind of project that gives young people a reason to stay, raise a family, and build a career right here in this community. This project will create opportunities for the people in this room, for your children, and for your children's children. It is a $4 billion investment, the largest in Oklahoma history. It will create 1,000 direct jobs, thousands more construction and supplier jobs, and establish Oklahoma as the home to the first new primary aluminum production facility built in the U.S. in nearly 50 years. As you've heard tonight, it's critical for a lot of reasons, but to me the most important thing is a broad opportunity. I do understand why some people have concerns. If this facility is going to be your neighbor, you deserve answers, you deserve transparency, and you deserve confidence that no corners are being cut. That is why the Department of Environmental Quality's review is so important. Their job is to make sure this facility meets Oklahoma's environmental standards before it ever begins operating. That process should continue exactly as intended. No shortcuts, no skip steps. If this project can't meet the regulatory threshold, I don't want it either. We've done our homework. I recently visited a facility in Dubai that is similar in size and technology to the one proposed here, modern technology. What I saw was a modern, highly automated manufacturing facility with sophisticated environmental controls. It was clean, technologically advanced, and nothing like the images many people associate with heavy industry from generations ago. Reasonable people can ask tough questions about a project like this. In fact, they should. After looking closely at this project, I believe Oklahoma can have both: meaningful opportunities for future generations and strong protections for the families who live here today. And I support this project. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay, we're at number 31, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We live less than 2 miles from the proposed site. We homeschool our children and have 2 acres for gardening and for animals that feed us. There are Facebook posts from Governor Stitt, a letter from the Port Authority, a letter from the OPA, a letter from the UAE, and now a letter from the White House. Speaking of President Trump despite the fact that someone erected a 22-foot statue, golden statue of him in Florida. He's not God. None of these big guys are God over Inola, Oklahoma. So, allow me to quote from another letter, written by the one true God. A letter that gives clear direction, instructions, and warnings about what the council should do in this matter. Proverbs 9:10 states that the fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom. Proverbs 29:25 says, the fear of a man lays a snare, but whoever trusts in the Lord is safe. Additionally, Isaiah 28:16 warns us, whoever believes will not act hastily. Why are all these big guys, tiny ants compared to God, rushing things, trying to scare us? These are not godly ways, but diabolical tactics. This fear is a snare. Don't let them scare you. Ask yourself, who do you fear? Who will judge you and your decisions? Do you believe in a God who loves you and will reward those who act wisely and justly? There were some people here representing the big guys who don't breathe Inola air making comments tonight. But the kingdom of God belongs to the little ones. So think of the little ones. Every small farmer's land, every little child's lungs, kidneys, livers, and brains. Please, make a decision that is informed. This decision should be made to please God and not made in haste. It should be done with full knowledge. We need more answers. We need more research. We need more time. We need this moratorium. Don't worry about aluminum production. Governor Stitt just warned us that President Trump has 20 other states just waiting to take this plant on. Let's pray that these states will be wise enough not to put it where there's people, children, animals, or hay. So, your mayor, please, and council, be assured of all of our prayers. We know this is tough. We've been fasting and praying for months, and we're not going to stop. God bless you.
Number 32, please, 32.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Alexandra Hunt, and I've been a resident here for a year today, actually. I'm blessed to be here, and I don't have all of my comments formally prepared, but as far as the information has come to me about the pollutants that are going to enter this area, I think that what I have learned from the Bible is that we have a right to steward our animals and our land and our families, and I don't think this aluminum smelter, as it's been proposed by the EPA application, would be pleasing. I think that we can, I don't know, it can be done better. We need time, we need a moratorium to figure out how it can be done better. Maybe not at all, but better. Also, I've spoken at the Oklahoma Corporation Commission meeting twice now, once in person in Oklahoma City, and then once on Zoom. And the reality is that PSO has 500,000 customers, and the proposed aluminum smelter is going to need a power plant the size of Boston in order to run it. And the cheap power is very likely going to come from those 500,000 residents. 58 out of 100 of them couldn't pay their electric bills in 2024 and got their electricity shut off. So that's 58 out of 100 customers. So that's like, I think 280 or something like thousand customers. So it may provide 1,000 people with good jobs, maybe provide 10,000 people with good jobs. And it will not be out of the selling of aluminum. Part of it will be from the cheap power that other Oklahomans are providing.
And when that power goes up, the cost for the power goes up, then Oklahoma businesses, their increase specifically would be 22% on their energy costs. And, excuse me, those costs are gonna end up getting passed on. So everything's already going up. And unfortunately, while it may could provide a great living for some people, I'm just not sure this is the best economic development for Oklahoma. That is all. Thank you all very much. God bless you.
Okay, number 33, please.
Good evening. My name is Luke Seeley, and I'm a resident of Inola. I moved here about 4 years ago, and one of the things that brought us here was the beauty of this great city. I'm asking you, my neighbors and town trustees, to have the courage to do right by your fellow Inolans. I urge you to issue the moratorium. If you're afraid of the OPA, don't be, since they lack the grounds to sue this town because they misrepresented this project from the start. They promised us the latest, cleanest technology. We heard earlier about just how clean the plant was in Abu Dhabi. I wonder what part of it was clean. Was it the bathrooms? I do like a good bathroom, but the air permit shows OPA plans to emit 30% more fluoride per ton than its own smelter in the UAE. And 50% more than a modern plant in Norway. The cleaner technology exists. They've simply chosen not to use it here. They promise no harm to our farms and families, yet they want to emit 425 tons of fluoride a year. Studies from Canada to Australia show that far smaller amounts already sicken livestock and poison the soil. We should expect worse. You've heard the specific numbers from those studies from other residents. Now OPA points to the Constitution and property rights. So will I. The Constitution protects my freedom to use my land just as much as it protects my neighbor to use theirs. It does not give my neighbor the right to poison my land when using his. If this smelter kept its waste on its own land, we wouldn't be here, but it can't. And here's the thing, we all want American aluminum. No one is disputing that. There isn't a single person in this room who is not a patriot. At least I would assume so. We're all here, we're all fighting in a local government forum. Participation in local government is what it means to be American. The Aluminum Association found that restarting our existing smelters would be cleaner, cheaper, and faster than building this one. Real national security means American-owned production that doesn't destroy American farmland. You have competing goods. Why not find a place where they don't compete? Why trample local rights when there are viable alternatives? So I'm asking for a moratorium. We still don't know the truck traffic, the fire response, the waste plan, or where the power comes from for a plant that needs as much electricity as the city of Boston. If this project were as good as we're told, they wouldn't need threats and secret meetings. Please represent the people who actually live here. Thank you.
Thank you all for your comments and your concerns. We're going to move on to number 3, please. That's a presentation and discussion related to the process of obtaining required environmental permits for the purpose of aluminum smelter at the Port of Inola. And before we do that, before we go to that presentation, if you have the green dot, okay, I'm going to ask you to come up, number 1, please, and make your comment. Please.
Kind of want to see the presentation.
Mm-hmm. You know what, I agree with you. Let's do the presentation first.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Sorry. Let's do that presentation, please. Number 3. EPA and ODEQ representatives.
Good evening.
Oh, the microphone.
Sorry. You're good. Hi. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Melanie McGee, and I'm the Acting Air Permitting, Monitoring, and Grants Branch Manager for the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in Region 6 office, headquartered in Dallas, Texas. I'm here this evening to explain EPA's role in the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality, or ODEQ, air permitting process for the proposed aluminum smelter project. We believe that the states are best positioned to identify their air quality needs and to implement the Clean Air Act requirements directly. Under EPA Administrator Zeldin, the EPA has worked to align itself so that it fully meets its statutory obligations while also supporting, rather than restricting, states on permitting. In short, we view this as a partnership, one in which EPA allows states to address issues at the state level, wherever the law permits. The Clean Air Act establishes a framework, and this framework is to protect human health and the environment. And this is through the implementation of the National Air Quality Standards, while also giving states the freedom to work within it when followed correctly. In the early 1980s, Oklahoma submitted to EPA a plan outlining how it would implement the Clean Air Act requirements. Following EPA's approval of that plan, the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality became the air permitting agency responsible for implementing and enforcing the state's air quality programs. As the permitting authority, ODEQ is responsible for issuing permits for air emission sources in Oklahoma, with the exception of certain areas on Indian lands. EPA's role, in turn, is to support the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality by providing technical assistance, developing national rulemaking, and ensuring the state's programs remain up to date and in compliance with the latest Clean Air Act requirements. The roles are no different for the proposed aluminum smelter project. Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality is the permitting authority, and EPA is here in supporting role as the state works through their air permitting process. An air permit is a complex legal document that establishes and outlines the requirements and emission limits that a facility must meet under its specific Clean Air Act obligation, including the National Ambient Air Quality Standards. Before a permit can be issued, the company must submit a complete application, and the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality, in this case, must then conduct a thorough review. This review includes both the technical aspects as well as an opportunity for public participation, which is where you all come in. I understand that tonight's issue is very important for all of you, and I so want to emphasize that no permitting decision will be made until there has been public participation and the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality has reviewed your comments. For a full and complete transparency of the proposed aluminum smelter project, the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality has created a project webpage with detailed information, a project timeline, and options to receive updates. As highlighted on their webpage timeline, a 30-day public notice and comment period will be provided before a permitting decision is made by the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality. The dates of the comment period will be announced upon or shortly after publication of the proposal. When a final decision is made, a response to comments received during the 30-day public comment period will also be provided. We encourage you to participate in this process and to monitor their website for updates. You can also sign up for project notifications. Thank you again for the opportunity to explain the air permitting process. And EPA will continue our supporting role to the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality as they move through their permitting process and work towards a final permitting decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Town Trustees. I'm Madison Miller, the Deputy Executive Director with the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality, or DEQ. DEQ was asked to be here to describe where we are in the permitting process for the proposed aluminum smelter. Currently, the only permit application DEQ has received for the proposed aluminum smelter is an air quality PSD construction permit, and PSD stands for Prevention of Significant Deterioration. It's a statutory term. You'll hear me say it a couple of times while I go through this. The permit application was received on February 9th, 2026, and is undergoing technical review by DEQ permitting staff. DEQ, rather than EPA, as you just heard, is the permitting authority in this instance because DEQ has been delegated program authority from EPA. And DEQ and EPA work together on a regular basis, with EPA providing oversight of the federal programs and support to the state, and DEQ providing local implementation of those programs. As an initial matter, I want to point out so that it's really clear that DEQ doesn't have the authority in statute to decide where a proposed facility will be located. DEQ has the responsibility to ensure all environmental requirements are met prior to the construction and operation of the facility. And in doing so, DEQ is committed to going above and beyond to ensure the public is fully informed. The current permitting law requires only that the permit application be placed somewhere in the county where it can be viewed for public inspection. This means that the application could be obscurely placed somewhere in the public library or some similar place. But in this instance, DEQ is requiring that all relevant documents related to the proposed smelter, not just the application, be posted on the DEQ website and DEQ's online permitting docket. Further, we have created a dedicated webpage just for the proposed smelter and have created an online listserv sign-up through which citizens can sign up to receive notifications about the project. It's important to DEQ that the public has this information in an easily accessible way. DEQ's objectives are to, 1, implement the PSD permitting program in accordance with all statutory and regulatory requirements. 2, engage citizens by making technical and administrative aspects of the permit process more accessible to the public than the law presently requires. And 3, uphold DEQ's mission to protect human health and the environment. I want to detail the efforts DEQ has taken to engage citizens on the smelter. DEQ's executive director, along with myself and other key staff members on 2 different occasions in April of 2026, drove to Inola upon request to meet with small groups of concerned citizens in the Inola area, including state lawmakers. DEQ held a 2.5-hour public process meeting in this very room on April 23rd, 2026, during which DEQ detailed the PSD permitting process and received questions from the public. DEQ also attended an agricultural roundtable in Mulhall, Oklahoma, where DEQ discussed aspects of the permitting process with Inola area farmers and ranchers, as well as state lawmakers and members of Congress. Regarding future activity, DEQ has informed the public that prior to the issuance of the draft permit, DEQ will hold 2 public meetings that are not required by law to detail the technical aspects of the permit. 1 meeting to go over best available control technology, which I'll explain in a second, and another meeting to go over modeling. When we get to the point when a draft permit is published, the 30-day public comment period will commence, and DEQ will hold another public meeting where comments will be received. And I want to mention, since we've been talking about data, these last 3 meetings that I just spoke about are where we will present data that's being considered in the permit that DEQ has based decisions on. My remarks are general right now because we're going through the process. It's not a predetermined process, and we're currently at the evaluation of the permit. So what does DEQ's air quality PSD evaluation look like? DEQ's evaluation is focused on the environmental impacts of the proposed facility in the location where it is proposed. But like I said, DEQ is not authorized under the Clean Air Act or any other law to decide where a facility will be located. The PSD permitting process is a prescribed process by statute and regulation under the state and federal Clean Air Acts and associated PSD regulations. And DEQ is currently working through that process. So I want to give just a quick reiteration of DEQ's presentation at the process meeting on April 23rd to explain what the 4 elements or prongs of PSD are. So the first is the best available control technology, or BACT. This is a top-down analysis of control technologies, meaning we're looking at the most effective control technology first and determining if it is both technically feasible and cost-effective, as required by law. Second is we're looking at impacts to Class 1 areas. So we're required to look at federally protected lands, referred to as Class 1 areas. And the Class 1 areas that are potentially implicated by this proposed project include Caney Creek in Arkansas, the Upper Buffalo in Arkansas, and Hercules Glade in Missouri. And we work with federal partners to evaluate the impacts on those protected areas. The third prong is modeling, and this element of PSD requires the use of computer modeling to evaluate how the proposed facility will impact the National Ambient Air Quality Standards, known as NAAQS, in the location where it is proposed. The goal is to protect the airshed's ability to continue to attain those standards. So we look at whether the facility would cause or contribute to a violation of the NAAQS and how the facility would affect the increment or the amount of pollution the area is allowed to increase under the Clean Air Act. And there's some interplay here with the control technologies used, because if the modeling shows there would be a contribution to a violation of the NAAQS, or that the facility would exceed the allowed increment, DEQ would not be able to issue the permit without changes to the facility's emissions, either through controls or sizing of the facility, etc. So the fourth prong is additional impacts. And the PSD rules require the applicant to provide an analysis of the impairment to visibility, soils, and vegetation that would occur as a result of the source and general commercial, residential, industrial, and other growth associated with the source. This part is really important to DEQ and to the community. The rule states, and it's written a little backwards, so bear with me. It states that the applicant need not provide an analysis of the impact on vegetation having no significant commercial or recreational value. So, in other words, this evaluation of vegetation happens only if the vegetation has significant commercial or recreational value. It's obvious that in this community of Inola and the surrounding area, there is absolutely vegetation with significant commercial and or recreational value. DEQ announced this at the April process meeting that to address this requirement, the company is conducting an evaluation of the proposed facility's impacts on the soils and vegetation in the areas that are determined to have significant commercial and or recreational value, including what the impacts of fluoride would be to grazing livestock. DEQ will then conduct a comprehensive review of this needle. So DEQ fully recognizes the community's concerns about fluoride emissions from the proposed smelter and their potential impacts to grazing grasses and therefore to grazing livestock. So to reiterate, the impacts of fluoride emissions from the proposed smelter are being considered and evaluated to the full extent to which DEQ is legally authorized to consider it. And the results of this evaluation will be fully presented and discussed at one of the future DEQ public meetings that I mentioned. The PSD permitting process requires months of thoughtful analysis and engineering calculations. The evaluation is iterative, meaning that DEQ will continue to request supplemental information from the applicant until all of DEQ's questions are answered. It's crucial to understand that DEQ operates under both statutory authority and statutory limitations, but the DEQ is using all the tools provided under the Clean Air Act to ensure the maximum protections are achieved that DEQ is authorized to provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if you have the green dot, you're number 1, please come up with your comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Before my time starts, can I ask a point of clarification? I know we talked at the beginning, I have to address you. Since they presented, can it be questions that they can participate in answering, or is it only questions directed to you all as the council?
It's really just questions to the mayor.
Okay, to the questions to the mayor, I can't ask them things that they would have to.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so just to you, that's fine. It informs how I'm going to ask these questions. So I love that they came here. Really appreciate DEQ coming yet again. Madison did a great job in the process meeting. No complaints there. They have been more than helpful, like she mentioned, with the executive director showing up here to meet with people. Phenomenal. Really appreciate their support. What I'm confused on from this whole agenda item point is what bearing does that have for you in a temporary moratorium? I am very confused why when we say this is an iterative process, they're still taking time, they don't have anything, man, we're not even at the back review, all these other steps, yet they want you to say that you would be willing to give them a building permit tomorrow. Why? That doesn't make sense. If the process is still ongoing, okay, pass a temporary moratorium until the process is complete. This makes no sense to try to convince you that, oh, the process is going to be taken care of, don't worry while we rush ahead. That doesn't seem to meet the same standards that they're asking for you guys to rush ahead with. I think that this just helps support the reason we need this moratorium. Like they said, in fact, as both from the EPA and ODEQ, fluoride is an extra addition. That is an extra step that they wouldn't normally have to take, which should signal to all of us that this is an unusual project that deserves time for review and scrutiny. I don't think anyone here has disagreed with the fact that we know there's going to be requirements and regulations and calculations done to see that. No one has been presented that information. So when the only information we have is 425 tons per year of fluoride and a heck of a lot more of other things, like thousands of tons of particulate and hundreds of thousands of tons of CO, and I mean, there's just, the permit goes on a lot more than 425 tons of fluoride. That information is all we have. So promises from the company that they will do better, like they said, the permit's the legal document. If you're gonna do better, submit that. Put that in the permit application to DEQ and stand by what you're gonna claim. I really don't understand, and I don't think that this should have bearing on your vote tonight because, in fact, it should support your vote because it just helps clarify why you need more time and why you all should not be making this decision. It should be with the support and the full knowledge of every other institution that can prove that this is safe for this community, which no one has. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Number two.
Number two. Guys, first of all, I just want to thank you, commissioners. I think you guys are all volunteer. I don't think you even get paid. A lot of responsibility, a lot of stress. I know you're trying your best. I just personally want to thank you. Guys, in April when the ODEC came in, I was horrified. It's because of my questions that I asked is what horrified me. And number one was that ODEC is not performing any study. There's no scientists with ODEC on the chest that are performing a study. ODEC isn't commissioning a study. They're not paying for a study. It's all EGA that's performing a study and handing it for review. That is so different than performing a study yourself. I mean, the motivations of the people making that study, their paycheck is being paid by EGA. So that really hurt my heart and gave me great concern. Second, in April, there was no study on any kind of accumulation in our soils, which is our greatest concern. I was very happy to hear that's been added. And there was no study on our vegetation, which is also, very important to us. Unfortunately, both those studies, if I understand her right, is still performed by EGA, not by any kind of scientist paid by ODEC or EPA, either one. And by the way, on any of these, I really hope I'm wrong. I really hope she comes up and shows me the fool, because I want them to be wrong. We are vulnerable right now, from what I can tell, to be polluted immensely with no recourse, with no knowledge, with no monitoring, nothing. Also from the April meeting, OPA, the United Arab Emirates, are responsible for their own monitoring. So, from what I understood, ODEC is not doing any monitoring. We're not doing any monitoring. It's all the polluter himself, self-monitoring. From that, if the polluter himself sees that, I polluted, it's his responsibility to report. It's his own self-reporting. And like we've discussed before, do we trust these folks from across the world to worry about us and actually be honest in their self-reporting? I really hope that's wrong. And that's some of your council members we've talked about We've got to have a way to be measuring ourselves, not relying on the polluter himself doing the measuring. From that April meeting, safety concerns from other states, from Century Aluminum's other smelters, which will not be considered whatsoever in our permitting now. That seemed crazy to me, but that's what I understand that they said was going to happen. Guess I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're gonna move on to this, item number 4, presentation and discussion related to proposed moratorium on all permits, approvals, entitlements, physical or administrative enhancements of construction of facilities within the industrial heavy district and other matters related to the proposed minimum tax. Sir,
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
you're welcome.
I'm impressed with these kids. Been very good. This is a tough thing, and I say that just because you guys are stuck in the middle of this thing. And I've heard fear being pressed from this side. I hear a lot of people that are scared from this side. And you guys have an obligation. We're here in Rogers County. I thought it would be appropriate to provide you a statement from Will Rogers, of all people. To the county, his dad is the basis for the name of this county, right? Will said he thought it was nature he was living off of, but it was really future generations he was living off of. You guys have an obligation to make sure that whatever goes forward here, you're protecting for future generations. Will said it 100+ years ago, still true today. Despite the propaganda we've heard from this side, despite the fear, despite everybody seeming to be scared that this thing isn't going to go forward, this moratorium doesn't stop the smelter from going forward. The draft, as it said, simply gives the town a seat at the table. Y'all deserve a seat at the table. Out of anybody, anywhere, you are going to be the most affected, both positively and negatively. I saw the letters that were sent from the OTA. I saw the letters that were sent from the Port Authority. I grew up in Mulgee, Oklahoma. I went to Preston High School. We played Inola a few times. I played Mr. Grigg when he was the coach at Sequoia. I understand what it's like to be in Oklahoma. I understand these people that are here that stand up and say, look, you try to press us into something, we're gonna fight back. You guys have the ability to say, look, we're going to make certain that it's safe. And I think you have more than the ability, you have the obligation, but you have to pass this moratorium. Ultimately, this thing is not drafted in a way that removes any power or rights from the smelter, assuming that they can move forward, qualify with all the ODEQ permits, which are still pending, and they're only on number 1. I think they've got 3 or 4 more to even get to propose. I put a binder in front of you guys before this meeting started. This moratorium, as it's drafted, gives a 6-month kind of lead time. The city council has the ability to, at any time after the moratorium starts, you fix the zoning issue, require permitting, which allows for you to have a affirmative, effective say in the other things that are going to occur around this town. Do you have a copy, Mr. Dyer?
I think it's the one that provided.
Yeah. But the fact that these letters that have been sent from the OPA and the Port Authority try to strong arm you into saying, no, you can't pass this moratorium now, it's just disingenuous. I printed off a copy, it's number 2 of your binder that's in front of you today. Final approvals and site work don't plan to begin pursuant to OPA's own website until year-end 2026. So you pass this moratorium. It's got a 6-month lead time on it. If you fix the zoning issue, very simply, require them to provide a permit, then you're going to have a say. You're going to have a seat at the table. I've heard nothing from any of the pro-smelter group. I've heard nothing from the anti-smelter group that says that y'all shouldn't have a seat at the table. In fact, I think that's what all of the citizens from Inola are here demanding.
Amen. Yes.
This ordinance does not stop any of the permits. It directs a review. It allows the town council to participate in a review to different things that are going to show up, because I've been looped in for not very long at this point, and it's very hard to find out exactly what the plans are, other than tons of jobs, tons of economic benefit to the area. How this actually is going to affect the city of Inola, I can't find. Maybe that's been discussed with some of y'all. It should be available through some actual demonstrable basis in a public meeting such as this for you guys to understand and decide. To the extent that this moratorium is passed, it's neutral in its face. It's not favorable to anyone. It's not favorable to the city. It's not favorable to the smelter. It simply says the city council gets to separately make a decision about what is best for the city and its citizens. The ordinance does not permanently ban any use. It does not tell any company that they can never build here. It does not, despite the letters, expose the town to a claim for regulatory taking. I believe that. I believe that's just a threat. It's more fear being pressed upon the city. This is simply a pause. Gives you the ability to deliberate. And if at any point, OPA, EGA, the port, ODEQ, these people show up and they tell you, hey, this is all of the information that we have, and you all, as the elected officials on behalf of the townspeople here, get to see it and say, yeah, you know what? I think it can be safe. I think it's not going to affect the people around us. Then you get to approve it. You can overturn the moratorium a month from now if you want to, if you decide that that's the right thing to do. The people that are here that voted for you guys put their trust in you to do the right thing to protect them. Everybody here that lives within some reasonable distance of this smelter is concerned, and rightfully so. ODQ has not finished any potential proposals. They haven't addressed any permits. Nothing is licensed yet. All anybody here can see is potential damage to them. They put their trust in you to make the right decision as far as whether it can safely go forward or not. Now, one thing that is really concerning to me for the city, and why I think a really hard look should be pressed upon whether the moratorium should go forward and whether the smelter should go forward at all. I've heard at previous meetings discussions about Pitcher just up the road, one of the largest Superfund sites ever to exist. I want to say the estimated total cleanup was $600 billion. They don't really know because they can't clean it up. It's true.
Yeah.
They've had to abandon the town. If you're not from Oklahoma, you wouldn't know that.
St. John's too.
We have multiple instances of aluminum smelters. We kind of.
I've got. Oh. I think battery may be dead. I'll holler at you.
Sorry, you want to use this one?
Sure.
We good?
We're good.
So I've got a smelter in Vancouver. They discovered that there was a variety of contamination in 1973. As of 1990, there was a Superfund site that was dedicated that was never affirmatively cleaned up. There was a Kaiser Mead smelter that occurred in Spokane, Washington. It was listed on the Superfund site from pot liners being left and ineffective cleanup. It was listed in 1983, the year that I was born, 42 years ago. And guess what? It's still an active, ongoing Superfund site. We've got the CFAC, Columbia Falls, Montana Superfund site. So far, they have committed $57.5 million just to containment, with an expected $1.4 billion to completely remediate. That's as of 2016, it's still not done. Reynolds Metals in Troutdale, Oregon, listed on the Superfund site in 1994, only 32 years ago. It's still active, ongoing as a potential cleanup site. The last one that I had, and these are just aluminum smelters that they have turned into Superfund sites. They polluted the bay in Lavaca, Texas, and it ultimately has been removed from the Superfund site from the Superfund list, but because of the inability to ultimately complete it. The problem with most of these sites is that the entity that is developed and operating the aluminum smelter files bankruptcy. And you know who's left holding the bag? The taxpayers. And unfortunately, the city of Inola can't afford a $1.4 billion cleanup. In fact, if you don't do something to protect the citizens here, a church without people isn't a church, a city without people isn't a city either.
Come on.
I can't say that the technology that they're representing isn't the best and greatest technology and that these things will happen or will not happen. I can't say that. I'll be forthright with you guys. I'll talk about what I can certainly say. I can certainly say that you deserve a seat at the table. You're the most effective party. I can certainly say that I find the letters threatening you guys to be totally disingenuous and the most opposite of an Oklahoman neighborly thing that I've seen in a long time. And I see terrible things on a daily basis. It's gross to me. If the port wants to be a good neighbor for you guys, they should show up and say, yeah, we agree with you, we want to make it safe. And we're going to show you where. How and why you can rely on us and we can be a good neighbor, because that's what we do at Oklahoma. When somebody's cows get out, guess what? We go help clean them up and put them back. The White House has taken a position, this is good for national defense, it very well may be. White House has also taken a position, there's 20 other sites. If the city of Inola want to approve it for the right spot, this isn't going to harm the country, this isn't going to preempt them from putting it elsewhere. If you believe in Mr. President Trump's true social statement that they've got 20 other sites, yeah, well, maybe it's not right for it to go on Inola, it can go somewhere else. So, ultimately, I'm going to read you guys the statute from which I derived the moratorium draft in part. And it's 11 Oklahoma Statutes 43-101. I know you guys are not attorneys. It's the tab number 5 in your binder. And this is reiterated throughout the moratorium draft. and it sets out that for the purpose of promoting health, safety, morals, or the general welfare of the community. The municipal governing body may regulate and restrict the height, number of stories, and size of buildings and other structures, the percentage of lot that may be occupied, the size of yards, courts, and other open spaces, density of population, and the location and use of buildings, structures, and land for trade, industry, residence, or any other purpose. This falls under any other purpose. You guys have the ability to protect the health, welfare, and safety of all the people who live in this town, and that is what they are begging you to do. To the extent that there's questions about the moratorium draft as it sets, I am happy to answer them. It's been, as I said at the last meeting, it was carefully curated, it was carefully drafted to try to give the city an answer to all of the concerns that these citizens have. Because as I heard from about half the people that came up here that are adverse to the smelter, you know, we're all in favor of doing what's best for America. But that has to work in conjunction with doing what's best for our town. We live here. And I try to give you guys the ability to take some control over this because you deserve it, the people that live here deserve it. Thank you. Ultimately, you have a moral imperative, I believe, to execute this moratorium. If you believe that the people that elected you, trusted you to do your job, trusted you to step into this position, I've not heard anybody from Inola that gave you an address with an Inola basis on it that stood up here and said, yeah, we're all for you striking down this moratorium. No, they want you to look out for them. That's all they're asking for. Yeah. And you know what? They've elected you. They trust you. There's so many people here that have been together for generations that it doesn't make any sense that they wouldn't. But they also have to trust you to be able to stand up and say, you know what? If this isn't best for us, you'll try to do something about it. It's your job. Is there any question about the moratorium?
No.
I will leave you with this quote from Woody Guthrie. This word. He's one of the greatest songwriters in the history of Oklahoma. He said, some will rob you with the six gun. Some will rob you with the fountain pen. So as through this world you will ramble, you've never seen an outlaw drive a family from his home. That's it.
Okay, if you have the red dot and you're number one, you're telling me no. Okay. How about number two? How about number three? If you got the red dot, there she comes.
I'm here on behalf of the Rural Economic Development of Inola, the READY Committee. We just wanted to speak up about giving our support when a major project like the aluminum plant is proposed. It's natural for people to feel cautious. We all care deeply about protecting the character and quality of life in our community. The aluminum plant represents a significant opportunity, not just for jobs, but for long-term economic stability. That doesn't mean we ignore concerns. We can set clear expectations on environmental standards, traffic planning, and community impact. We can make sure the plant operates in a way that respects the town and aligns with our values. When a town is growing and new businesses want to move in, it's almost guaranteed that some people will push back. That resistance is normal, but how you respond can make the difference between a productive conversation and a community fight. A strong response acknowledges concerns without letting negativity dominate the narrative. Towns that refuse to grow don't stay the same, they fall behind. We deserve better than decline or stagnation. We deserve a future where our community is strong, stable, and full of opportunity. So let's approach this with open minds and steady leadership. Let's shape today in a way that strengthens our town and honors what makes it special. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 4, please.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for taking the time to hear and consider what all of us have to say today. My name is Matt McKinley. I live in Inola with my wife and our 7 children, where we homestead a mile from here. We also have cattle and sheep, which are both threatened by this smelter. I want to start by reflecting upon why the people who own the aluminum plant, shareholders who are based in Chicago and the UAE, chose to try and build a smelter in our small town, in a place in Oklahoma that most everyone in the country has never even heard of. It wasn't because they care about us or because they wanted to invest in our town. No, the reason they chose us is because they think we're suckers. It would be easy to trick and easy to push around, and would be an easy source of money when they got their polluting smelter up and running in a place where they won't have to live next to it. There's a lot of anger over this project. The NDAs, PIR promises for a world-class clean smelter, with legal documents that don't promise any of that, and other backroom dealings that took place to get us here. And I think some of it has unfairly been directed at you all, our council members, who have not had a chance to make a decision on this. That changes tonight. Tonight, you have the first real opportunity to show them that you have a backbone, that Inola is not suckers or cowards by voting yes on this moratorium. And after you vote yes tonight, that's when your real work begins. I don't think I'm alone in thinking and expecting that you all have to do everything that you have in your power to find a way to kill this project if you determine that it is not safe or it is going to harm us or our children or our livestock. We expect and demand no compromises and no concessions with these out-of-state shareholders who want to poison our children and collapse our livestock to make some easy money. I'm not being hyperbolic with that statement or conjecturing. We know with absolute certainty that a smelter like the one being proposed will decimate livestock and hay in Inola based on studied cases around other smelters that have pollutant levels less than the proposed smelter here. I have information on these livestock collapses and the required callings, which I'll give to you after my talk. Now, let's suppose that you do everything in your power and you discover that, hey, you can't kill the project. Okay. Well, I think I speak for a lot of people here again when I say that we expect you to never compromise or offer concessions with them and do everything in your power to force Century Aluminum to build the cleanest, safest smelter in the world, because all of us here and our children deserve nothing less. There's no guesswork or wiggle room about what this entails. There are clean, modern smelters with pollutant levels, especially hydrofluoride, significantly less than what is proposed in this smelter. And we expect nothing less than that. You represent us, and you are duty-bound to make sure that that happens. They don't get to monitor themselves for pollutants. An independent group checks them regularly, and their plant must shut down if they are in compliance, until they're in compliance again. We expect you to never compromise on this. As far as the shameful conduct from Oklahoma Primary Aluminum threatening to sue our town.
I'm sorry for 3 minutes. Is
That was 3 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Goes by quick, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah, it's going to be number 6, please. No, you're not 6. Okay, so number 5 is marked out. Okay, and then it's went to number 6. McKinley? Mrs. McKinley? I don't think that's you.
I don't remember. Tom, you said it.
Did you change your dress?
Me or?
Not yet. Mrs. McKinley.
Okay. I think your numbers are off.
If they are. You're number 7.
I'm 7, actually.
Okay, so this is, you go ahead and go first, and then,
All right.
3 minutes, please.
My name is Maureen McKinley. I'm from Inola. And I just wanted to say there are still far too many unanswered questions. What studies demonstrate that these emissions will not harm livestock, crops, or local businesses? How many trucks will travel through Inola each day? Which roads will have to be widened?
How will hazardous waste from the smelting process be transported and disposed of? What is the emergency response plan if there is a major industrial fire? Who pays for the specialized equipment and training such a facility would require? How frequently will emissions be monitored and where will monitoring occur? How will this facility be powered? Will additional power generation be required? If so, what are the environmental impacts of that generation? These are not minor details, and these questions should be answered. They are fundamental questions that deserve complete answers before construction proceeds. This project would permanently change the character of Ainola. For generations, agriculture has been the backbone of this community. We are known for our farms, ranches, and open land. This proposal would transform Ainola into an industrial corridor. Whether someone supports or opposes that vision, it is unquestionably a decision that deserves a thoughtful consideration, not one made under pressure or artificial deadlines. I also want to be clear about one point. Many of us support expanding aluminum production in the United States. We recognize its importance to manufacturing and national security, but supporting domestic aluminum production does not require accepting this specific proposal in this specific location. Industry organizations themselves have noted that restarting and modernizing existing American smelters may offer a cleaner, faster, and less expensive path toward increasing domestic production. We should explore the best solution, not simply the first one presented. Likewise, protecting American agriculture is also a matter of national security. If this facility can be built somewhere that does not threaten productive farmland and rural communities, then that option deserves serious consideration. If this project is as beneficial as OPA and the port have repeatedly claimed, then transparency should strengthen their case, not weaken it. Questions from citizens should be welcome with complete answers, not met with threats of litigation or private meetings that only deepen public distrust. This council has one responsibility above all others, to protect the people of Ainola. A 6-month moratorium is not the end of this project. It is simply an opportunity to gather facts, answer legitimate questions, and ensure that whatever decision is ultimately made is based on evidence rather than promises. If the answers truly support this project, then 6 months will have changed nothing except increasing public confidence. If the answers reveal serious risks, then those 6 months may save the health, property, and future of generations of Ainola families. For that reason, I respectfully ask you vote in favor of the 6-month moratorium.
Hello again. Still Thomas, haven't changed. I'm starting to regret signing up for every time that I could. I'm getting a little hungry, which I assume all of us are.
You're fine.
I just kind of wanted to reiterate something that I thought was very interesting, that I hope all of you recognize, which is out of the people tonight who have talked to you, not at you with the pre-written, pre-prepared, canned letter from somebody else that they were sent here to read and tell you this is what my boss told me to come here and tell you. Yeah. The people who have wanted to talk to you have all said very similar things. We want you to have authority. We want you to be able to make decisions. That's what the whole idea of the moratorium is. I don't know, again, if anyone read the moratorium that Trevor again explained, because its only goal is to give you that seat to do this. I'm all for what the READY committee discussed. We all want that growth. When they say, oh, well, we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this, you don't have the step to require those things that they're saying, oh, well, we'll make sure that it's safe. You right now can't. You don't have that ability. That's what this moratorium and possibly some sort of zoning change would give you. So I think so far, again, a lot of these proponents of the smelter have been giving you reasons to enact this moratorium, even if you are for this smelter. I don't think there's been a disagreement that we want the safe smelter. That has never, no one has stood up on this council and said, I want this even if it's unsafe. Because we are neighbors. All of us live here. I don't see why this is incompatible with wanting the smelter at all. The moratorium is temporary. It is in line with every other town, city, and municipality that is passing similar ordinances and similar requirements that are even longer and more arbitrary. And for data centers. Data centers are not putting hydrogen fluoride into the air. They're not releasing thousands of tons a year of particulate matter. Their emissions are so dramatically less, and they are not being questioned. I don't remember the federal government showing up for the national security issue, which is AI and data centers, to speak at all these other town council meetings. They're here today because they know that if you have a seat at the table, who knows what information you will uncover. I think we need to ask ourselves, why are we talking? I'll leave you with this. They have threatened, they have sent these letters, they say, oh, you're exposed to liability. I will remind you that all of us have the same standing. We may not have billions of dollars, but we have the same standing. So if you don't pass it, the liability still exists. Thank you.
Sir, your name is?
I am
Thank you.
Darren Blanchard. I live in Mounds Creek County. I've come here tonight because it's the Oklahoma standard. I want to give the mayor and the city council a big thank you for allowing applause and not trampling on people's civil rights. We didn't plan this out. But Tom spoke before me and he mentioned data centers. They don't need representatives from the federal government to come because we have city managers that are putting people in jail because they're speaking up and trying to protect their community of green country. I visit a lot of different communities to talk about poorly planned developments, poorly placed developments, and I encourage you to go ahead and pass this moratorium because proper planning would give you, the city council, a seat at that table. It's a pattern that we see across the country, not just Oklahoma. It's lack of planning, poor placement of these projects. So, again, pass the moratorium. I see this as a question of representation. Regardless if it's the data centers or a smelter, there's this promotion of national security. And that's true to an extent. But is it all about national security, or is this corporate welfare and crony capitalism masquerading itself as national security? And I've had a few applauses, so I would like to reclaim some of my time when it's due. I am firm in my answer to that question, and I hope you are too. I want to talk about the governor who sent one of his goons, Derek Sparks, hired onto the staff to, quote unquote, better the relationship with the Oklahoma legislature. He said Tom Gann, that's your elected representative, made his eyes bleed. Tom Gann's one of the good ones. I know. He thinks that to me. If that's how the governor's team thinks about your elected representative, you got to ask yourself, what do you think he thinks about you and the people of Inola? It's a fair question. We're coming up on the 250th birthday of this country. I want to remind you of a date before this was a country. December 16th, 1773. The theme for that day was taxation without representation. Boston Tea Party. That's why a lot of the people across the country, not just Oklahoma, are in a frenzy about some of these developments. There's a utility burden that's put onto us. We're having to foot the bill for it, and we shouldn't have to. We feel like it's a de facto tax onto us, and it's not right, and we're standing up and defending our property rights and this tax that is put onto us. Thank you for your time.
Number 9, please.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to come up here. I'm sorry I sound nervous, but my name is Corey Engel. I live in Inola. I've been here for 4 years. Me and my small family. Been a lifelong resident in Mays County and Rogers County. When I I read the letter recently from the OPA and a bit surprised, not too surprised, but I was a bit surprised to see that. This isn't just a private project. It's being backed by, it's been mentioned several times, $500 million from the U.S. federal government, and you also have $255 million from the state. That's funded from taxpayer money, I believe. As taxpayers here in this room, we reserve the right to review the risks of the public within a reasonable amount of time. Some of those items being reviewed, obviously I'm as concerned as anybody about the environmental risks. HF sounds pretty nasty. I don't own a farm or anything, but it still concerns me with my one child. The one thing I want to challenge is national security that's been brought up. I believe that this project is truly important to national security. I don't believe it makes sense to concentrate just one project in one area. And in doing that, you're putting all the risk on one single community. I believe infrastructure like that would be more resilient if you had it spread out. And I question if that's been considered. Additionally, we know about Truth Social. This is the exact quote. The group that's doing it is extraordinarily wealthy, and if they don't do it in Oklahoma, they have 20 other sites. I would love to have them. Again, that's been brought up many times. But given the level of public investment, and the availability of alternatives, I think it's fair to all the parties to take a short amount of time to determine whether this project really fits this community and whether the burden is being shared fairly. So in conclusion, my take on that letter, the OPA and the smelter project folks are trying to move this project as quickly as possible past the political risk zone and into a legally protected zone. I think we should be trying to slow that down, and we need to, otherwise, why does the OPA question the public's moratorium? They're certainly ready to accept the public's funding, so why shouldn't they accept a brief pause to help the public fully understand this project's impact? Thank you.
Number 10. There it is. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and trustees and citizens of Inola. I would stand here tonight to speak plainly. The smelter project did not begin with the people. It did not begin with open town halls, full disclosure, public consent, or neighbor-to-neighbor honesty. It began behind closed doors, secret meetings, non-disclosure agreements, and decisions were made before the citizens most affected were ever truly brought into the process. That is the original problem. The people of Inola and the surrounding area are not unreasonable, they're not anti-growth, they're not against jobs, and they are not against America producing aluminum. But they are against being treated like an afterthought in their own hometown. They are against being told the fact that the project of this size, this risk, and this consequence is already too far along for them to question anything and to just be quiet. Now, after months of secrecy, the people have been bullied with legal threats for asking questions and for asking for time. We've all seen the letters, we've all seen the threat that if Inola acts to protect itself, the town could face litigation. We have seen the suggestion that property taxes could go up if the town does not stand down. We have seen the audacity of a foreign entity to frame local self-government as the problem. But let me say this clearly, those threats do not weaken the resolve of the people of Inola. It only strengthens it. Because when a foreign company and a public authority respond to citizens' concerns with intimidation, it proves exactly why the people are right to be concerned in the first place. Amen. Come on. This project If this project is so safe, so beneficial, and so wealthy, then why the secrecy to begin with?
That's right.
Why the NDAs? Why the urgency? Why the legal threats? The citizens of Inola are not going to be bullied into silence. They're not going to be intimidated out of protecting their homes, their farms, their water, their livestock, their children, and their way of life. They are not going to surrender their rights because someone else supposedly spent money before considering earning the trust of this community. People have rights too. Residential property owners have rights. Parents have rights. Farmers and ranchers have rights, and those rights do not disappear because a corporation, a port authority, or state and federal officials decide this project is convenient. This town council has a duty to the people who live here first, not to foreign ownership interests, not to political pressure, not to legal threats, not to economic development proposals with talking points avoiding substantive issues, and certainly not to those who choose secrecy and now demand our trust.
Sir, your 3 minutes is up, but I'd like for you to go ahead and continue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you have anything else?
Tom, she said you can continue.
Oh, she did?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. She was being kind.
Roll on.
Yes, sir. Finish her out, baby.
I'm sorry.
You're all right. Yeah, exactly.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kindness this morning, or this afternoon and evening. The path forward is simple. Protect the people, protect your neighbors, support the moratorium, demand transparency, require answers before action, and do not be afraid of threats from those who should have respected the people of this community from the beginning. The people of Inola and the surrounding area will prevail because they are standing on the side of truth, on God-given property rights, on local control, and on the truly simple American principle that government belongs to the people. We will not give up, will not give back down, and will not be intimidated to end the surrendering the future of our community. Thank you very much.
Number 11, please. Number 11. Mr. Durbin, are you still here? Comments, controversy? Okay, how about number 12? Mr. David, is that who that is?
Yes.
Yeah, please.
Mayor and trustees, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I want to focus tonight on the two letters that we've all talked about already that we received, one from OPA and one from Tulsa Ports. Both letters oppose the proposed moratorium. I'm here to stand in support of it. Both describe the benefits of the project. Both warn in different ways that if Inola pauses this project, there may be serious consequences for our town. These are advocacy letters from entities with major financial and institutional interest in the project. They're not court orders, they're not neutral legal opinions, they're definitely not the final word on Inola's authority or responsibility. I'm not here to provide legal advice, you've actually got some of it already, but I do want to make 3 points. First, ODEQ's permitting process is important, sounds like it's going to be very thorough, and we should participate in it, and we will. But an air permit isn't the same thing as a broad local review of infrastructure, public safety, roads, water, sewer, stormwater, emergency response, agriculture, livestock, housing pressure, or the burden on local services. And I purposely listed all that because they don't cover it. Second, heavy industrial zoning doesn't automatically, as stated in the letters, prove that surrounding communities are prepared for what is being called the biggest economic development project in Oklahoma history. Third, Tulsa Ports points to an $18 million that they spent on a rail spur, more than $70 million that they spent on a wastewater treatment facility. These investments may be valuable no matter what industrial user ultimately develops there. But if they spent money before all the permits, approvals, and local concerns were resolved, the public should ask who assumed that risk. It certainly wasn't Inola.
Fire spending should not become a claim against Inola, nor a cudgel to surrender its local responsibilities. OPA and Tulsa Ports both speak as though this project is clearly in Inola's best interest. If that's true, they should be just as concerned as residents are about the proposed emissions disclosed in the ODEQ air permit materials and the potential negative impact on downwind communities, which you've heard all night. Economic development is important, national security is important, but national security does not cancel due process. Don't let fear do the work that law, evidence, and public process are supposed to do. No one should be able to make Inola's voice disappear through pressure, private conversations, or political maneuvering. That's the point of the proposed 6-month moratorium, to gather information needed to understand the risks before Inola is asked to surrender its voice, accept the environmental and financial consequences, or treat this project decision as if it's already been made. Thank you.
Number 13, please. Number 13.
I'm colorblind. I've already gone. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 14. Long, Miss Long? Shane Long? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Get up here. Get up here. Mr. Long.
Come on, Shane.
All right. Well, the last time I come up here, I asked them to stand up, but if you do not want this here, will you stand up so they can see the support we have here? Everybody stand up if you're against this motion. I mean, numbers shows pretty good. I think there's some in the gym, some outside, some that got hungry. Hell, I'm tired. I want to go home and go to bed. I know most of you guys do. But I think you need to look at the numbers here, the people that don't want this, and you need to take in consideration what we're asking for, not just for one. It's pretty sickening that I know some sitting up here who's willing to put this in town and let their family and grandkids live around here. I mean, that's bad.
Yeah.
You know, just like I asked that gentleman, I mean, bring your family down here, move next door to it. Man, I'm scared to death. I've got kids and family. And you really want this? I mean, you want to do that? We're not against jobs coming. I do want to point out one thing. I go in a lot of houses here and see a lot of people, and I hear, this is going to bring jobs, this is going to bring jobs. Do you know how many damn houses I go to and I don't work at that paper plant? 90% of them are coming from Tulsa, they're out here. We're not against growth. That's great. But to make our animals and kids sick, and the kids can't go out on the playground because there's certain chemicals in the air. I mean, we can't go to Fort Gibson Lake because it all ran down there and got in the lake. I mean, that's done with. I enjoy fishing. I enjoy going to the Verdigris River and fish, but that's going to be gone. But, you know, I think you need to think about your future generation and your kids living here. If you want to say you're a staple here in 4 generations and this and that, I mean, think about it. You really want your next generations to live with that? No. Look at these kids sitting up here. They're going to have to move. They live down the road from me, as a matter of fact. I've got several neighbors in here. So, and I know some of you sitting up here supporting it. That's a neighbor, and that's sickening. So I want to thank all of you that stood up and was not embarrassed like the butt puppets. Thank you.
Number 15, please.
I spoke earlier, but I was told by the lady that I should keep my spot. I'm glad I did. First, I want to say my children have been sitting down since 9 a.m. and I'm giving browns right before coming, so I'm sorry they're a little loud, but they really wanted to be here. They care about this.
They're wonderful.
I wanted to, this time around, just share from my personal experience with government-regulated chemicals that were poorly regulated by poorly paced developments. So I grew up with environmental exposure that was regulated and approved from the time I was 6 months old till the time I was 18. I went off to college, and all of a sudden, I would wake up in the middle of the night with my hands tied behind my back. Sometimes I would get out of bed and fall. And I was at Harvard, and I couldn't read a paragraph. And I'm like, what's wrong with me? Great, now I'm here, and I can't even read. I had multiple sclerosis. I was diagnosed with that later on by a doctor at the Environmental Center of Dallas, who works with tons of people who were exposed to chemicals that were regulated. We did a lot of treatments, very expensive treatments. I starved myself. They gave me sauna treatments. They gave me medicines. None of it healed me. None of it healed the people that had Parkinson's or had pretty much lost their lives. God healed me in one prayer meeting.
Amen.
President Truman's niece laid hands on me and she prayed for me, and I was completely healed.
Yes.
But I'll never forget what those chemicals did to me. I was blessed be God. I'm married and I'm children. Thank you, Jesus. So I'm thinking about all the children here and all the people here. These were chemicals that were regulated, that were approved. We really need time. We need the time. We need the moratorium. A second experience, which I trembled to talk about this because I love all people. One of my best friends is from Pakistan. When she was 5, Jesus appeared to her and said, I want you to believe in me. And she's like, I can't. My parents will have to kill me. You have to tell them first. Jesus did. They converted. It was wonderful. And she's amazing. But when I went to Europe with my husband for pilgrimage, I had 2 encounters with Muslims who live what they believe. And we couldn't go out at night in France when we went to pray at this place because the nuns told us we had to be locked in because it was dangerous because of the Muslims. And then I had an experience on a taxi where I paid in London and the guy couldn't take my card. The machine was broken. So I gave him cash. He's like, I don't have change. I don't work with cash. So this Muslim was waiting for the taxi. And he's like, I'll give you the €5. Give me your 20. So I gave him my 20. He took my 5. He gave me 5. And I was like, where's my change? I have never in my whole life seen a person look at me like I'm worse than a dog, worse than me. The hatred towards me. So just one last quote, if you don't mind, from a man who, I don't know if you know, but the majority of Christians have been killed in the last 100 years. And it's been by the hands of Muslims. And the man said, I killed this priest because my religion tells me I can lie to you, I can cheat you, I can rape you, and I can kill you. That's what the religion actually says. Can we trust this? Do we want 600 Muslim workers to come here? No. I think we need time to think about it and to pray. Thank you.
Number 16.
Good evening. I am speaking in support of the proposed moratorium. The request for a moratorium is not about stopping development. It's about responsible governance and informed decision-making. Local governments have both the authority and the responsibility to ensure that development is compatible with the community's long-term vision and does not create unnecessary risk for residents. A temporary moratorium is an established planning mechanism that allows the city to preserve the status quo of gathering information, evaluating impacts, and determining whether existing regulations are adequate for a project of the scale and nature proposed. Recent examples in Oklahoma demonstrate that temporary moratoria are a recognized planning tool that allows local governments to evaluate significant energy, water, transportation, and land use impacts before additional development proceeds. And when there is substantial uncertainty regarding potential health or environmental effects, the caution is certainly appropriate. As previously mentioned, this is not a permanent restriction, and there is no request to deprive anyone of the use of their property. It is to be a pause while the city determines whether its zoning regulations and planning framework adequately address the proposed development. If questions remain unresolved, then a temporary moratorium is a reasonable and responsible step. It would allow the city to complete its review, evaluate land use compatibility,
and develop any regulations necessary to protect the public interest. I would like to finish by adding the following. Compliance with zoning provisions does not mean those regulations adequately address the public health, safety, and welfare issues presented by industrial projects of unprecedented scale. Municipal governments have an ongoing responsibility to reevaluate their ordinances when circumstances change dramatically. And it is important to recognize that many of these industrial projects are made possible through substantial public investment. Federal, state, and local taxpayers have contributed significant funding toward these projects, making them a true public-private partnership. Last but not least, my sincere thanks to those who brought this moratorium to the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 17, please.
I probably should have spoken earlier, but my name is Rosalie Griffith, and I have been a member of the community for 56 years. As we all know, the past few weeks have been difficult. The discussion surrounding the proposed smelter plan has brought out strong feelings, deep concerns, and passionate opinions. Every resident should know this clearly. Your voice matters. Your concerns should be heard, and your well-being is the highest priority. Many of you have expressed fears about health, safety, environmental impact, property values, and the future of our town. These concerns are real, and they deserve careful, respectful consideration. I feel the town council is committed to making sure every question is answered and every viewpoint is included in the decision-making process. At the same time, we must address the tone of recent conversations. Disagreement is part of a healthy community. Personal attacks, threats, and attempts to harm or intimidate members of the council or any resident are not. We should always protect everyone's right to speak, and we should also protect everyone's right to feel safe. Let's move forward constructively. Form a community advisory group made up of residents with diverse viewpoints to ensure the public is involved in every stage of this process. Publish all documents, reports, and communication related to the proposed project so all of the public has access to the same information. Our goal should be simple: a fair, transparent, and respectful process that reflects the values of our town. We are all neighbors. We live here, raise our families here, and care deeply about this community. Let's all be civil and respect each other as we work through this together. This is what our town is about.
Number 18, please.
Hi, my name is Megan. I'm from Coweta. I'm not a public speaker, so sorry. I live I'm the fourth generation on a homestead that is directly south, about 12 miles or so. We get a lot of north winds, and all of our water comes from the vertebrate. I mostly just came here to remind you guys that it's not just Inola. We're here, we're watching, and it affects us too. We got your back.
Thank you.
And also, I grew up around a lot of cows,
I know a lot of crap when I smell it.
Number 19, please. Number 19.
Hi, my name's Amber. I'm from Claremore. And boy, was this refreshing coming from there, because nobody's in jail right now. You guys aren't on your phones. Nobody's eating popcorn. So thank you for that. Thanks for taking the time to listen, because I new to that for me. I don't think you guys are being asked to welcome partners that bring prosperity, because these guys have a ledger of failures. Century Aluminum brings a trail of class action lawsuits and repeated EPA violations. EGA facilities have been targets of military missile and drone strikes. I'm here again to support this moratorium, not with a song this time, but with a sign, and I had to leave it outside. So if any kids want a wooden cardboard hatchet, go for it. Like a hatchet, this moratorium can be a tool to clear a path. Voting against this ignores obvious red flags, and it wouldn't be clearing the way. You are sharpening the blade against the very foundation Oklahoma was built upon. I was raised by generations of Oklahomans who taught me that standing up for what is right is not a suggestion, it is a duty. This is beyond the consideration of an economic opportunity. This invites a history of instability and negligence into the heartland. The moratorium isn't just a pause on an industrial project, it is a test of our stewardship, and a test of yours specifically. Could put you in those seats. It was not an outside corporation, nor a foreign entity or government office with deep pockets. And it was certainly not the weirdo that was talking about ice cream swirls earlier and pretending like he had small town spirit. It's definitely some of the people in this room. It's some of the people that were sitting in the gym next door. But a lot of us are here to support each other. A lot of us have been here before, maybe for a Friday Night Lights rivalry, maybe help clean up after a tornado. We've been here before, but it's the people that are familiar with this room that put you in those seats. It's the people that know what this community is about and have been in this community long enough to know what kind of change this is going to make overall. Now, your authority is a borrowed tool granted by Inola to protect them, not to bargain their safety away for a project pushed in through the dark. This moratorium is the sharpened edge of your power now. It is an instrument of your oversight meant to safeguard the people who elected you. And if this project proceeds through hasty choices, this will not be a situation that you can simply move past. The hatchet will be brought down upon the reputation of every official who had a hand in that decision. And I still really believe these guys are going to be behind you through that. Even outside, if people are coming to attack you, these guys are here for you guys, and they want to feel that back. You have everything to gain by putting this on pause. A track record of courage, community trust.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks.
Yes.
Number 20, please.
Still didn't land it. I told you.
I'm sorry. Was she number 20? Huh? Look, Seeley? No? Okay. Okay, thank you for everyone for all your comments. We're going to go on to number 5.
I got a question. Mr. Henson?
Yes, sir.
When we talk about us having, I don't know if it's even working. If we have a, what do you say, in the game, the card?
I said a seat at the table.
Okay, how are we going to control that? I know we're not. Who will do that?
That will be the council. Some of it could be the planning commission, but ultimately it would be a requirement of a permit request, a special use permit by the smelter to seek a permit to get started. That's after this moratorium, that's after they've gotten the permitting in place.
Thank you. So basically the change here, the proposed change is effectively that a special use permit will become a requirement, that along with that special use permit, city attorney with outside counsel will come up with a permitting process for which they will require specific things as there is more transparency from OPA, which I think has been a problem so far.
An oversight, right?
Correct. There would indeed be oversight. You've heard about fire response team, for instance, roadways. Cities always have those rights. Preeminent one clearly is health, safety, and welfare of the public. ODQ, they've already set out, look, these are our standards, these are what we have to follow. EPA said, look, we're gonna put it on the ODQ. What neither one of them told you, though, is that ODQ is limited to restrictions as to what the EPA standards are. And our EPA standards are less than Norway and Iceland. This is a problem. Ultimately, you guys could say, look, we don't think that's appropriate. We think our town, because we are the hate capital of the world, has the ability to say, you know what, if we need to protect our other citizens, we need a buffer zone of 1 mile, or we need a buffer zone of 2 miles. And you can be more restrictive to that end that you want. Right now, you have no say. That's all these people are begging you to do is stand up and say, look, we gotta protect our community. And I don't see a reason why you shouldn't enact this moratorium. And I'm trying to be as truly objective as I possibly can. But I mean, Mr. Grigg, you've been in Henrietta, Oklahoma. You drive by the smelter, the zinc and copper smelter that was there 65 years ago. My grandpa worked there, he had cancer of all manner of different types. But nothing grows on the hills around it still. 50 years later since the thing's been closed. That shouldn't be the case here. And I hope that they can, if they can put it here, that they can make it safe and it doesn't affect anybody. I am pro-energy industry. I am pro-energy across the board, both personally and professionally. But more importantly, you gotta protect people. And right now, you guys, you're a ship without a rudder. You've got no say whatsoever. You've got no ability to require anything, mainly because this ordinance should have been enacted prior to all of this taking place. It wasn't. And I'm trying to give you guys the tools to put yourself in a position to have a say. That's it. That's really it. Which is less than what my clients have asked of me. But I think it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing under the laws of the state of Oklahoma. It's the right thing under the Oklahoma standard, as we've heard reference here. If I were in y'all's position, personally, I would say, yeah, I mean, we need to have a say. We owe it to the people who live here. We owe it to our neighboring communities who don't get any benefit from the TIF that's going into place, who may have some substantial effects, who, by the way, I mean, you want to talk about threats, the city of Inola has liability to those people too. Y'all were you were put between a rock and a hard place and you didn't ask for it. And this is my olive branch or handout to try to help you up.
Okay, my question is, you mentioned an ordinance.
Yeah.
So we can have an ordinance instead of a moratorium?
So
to be able to, hold it.
Hey, thank you for asking questions.
I'm just asking a question because you mentioned an ordinance that we would have a seat at the table
Right.
with an ordinance.
Well, what you need to do first is you need to enter into the moratorium, because it allows you the time period that it takes to draft and correct your zoning issues. That's a problem right now. I will acknowledge that is generally a problem. I've had that discussion with the city attorney. I think you're well within your rights to do this.
You were asking whether the ordinance is to make a moratorium.
Correct.
That's what the ordinance that you're requested tonight is. It's the ordinance to make the moratorium, and the town attorney should probably clarify that.
But again, this is, it's real, like you said, it's legal terms, a lot. That's why I asked the question of, I know we're not gonna make, let's say we're talking about the air permit, or they are, we're not gonna make that decision, but somebody that's a scientist, somebody mentioned that a while ago, is gonna have to do that.
Madison Miller is driving the boat there, and the ODQ has been excellent to deal with. They have gone out of their way to try to be informative to the town. But that's not the extent of what the city can have some control of. That's why you're getting this response. They think you don't deserve a seat at the table. But the way that this thing is drafted gives this group the ability to put zoning requirements in place, draft a permit requirement that will address, as things come up, what is necessary to protect the citizens of the town, which is y'all's job. And that's all it does. Everybody is here talking about all of these other things. You need to stop it, you need to stop it. Full disclosure, that's not what's proposed, that's not what's before you. What's before you now is a 6-month break for you to fix your ordinances and deal with what should have been done before. One, implement permitting process where you can require them, and you could continue the moratorium if you want. You can make other decisions. And in fact, 60 days from now, if y'all don't think it's appropriate, you could up in the moratorium and vote it off. That's okay. That is well within your purview. The group has to do it. It has to be a majority vote of the board. But it's just a balance to try to make sure that you have a say in the process, because right now you don't. And if all these government officials that showed up here want to say, look, we'll help have a say, that would be great. Because I don't know how many people from this side of the room walked up here and said, we want transparency. We want to know how we're going to be protected. And that's what the people are always going to be concerned about.
Legal action against the town relating to proposed ordinance adopting a moratorium related to manufacturing heavy uses and other heavy industry development in the town's industrial heavy district and other matters related to the proposed aluminum plant. Number 2, the notice of valid violations of the Oklahoma Open Matters related to, Open Meeting Act and Local Development Act, demand to cease and desist, demand to clear actions, hold and vote, demand for publication of reverting records, and notice of intent to sue and seek emergency energy relief to the town of Inola on Durban on January the 2nd, 2026, with the cause of its determining the closure seriously impair the ability of the town of Inola to respond to the possible legal actions or proceedings in the public interest as authorized by 2506, Section 307, B-4. I'm going to make a motion at this time to go into executive session.
I'll second that.
It's what time? It's 9:28.
Yes.
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 What's that?
Oklahoma girl there, see what I'm
Okay, so the meeting is not over, but to my understanding, we're having a short break. I'll keep live streaming. So they'll come back soon. I went to the bathroom, I had 40%. I sat back there for a bit just to get a apparently lied. So there's a little break, I don't know how much I missed. But does it save? Yes, it's already resuming from levels previous. So at the moment we're at almost 300 minutes, I think. No. It's going to be 3.5 hours. We start at 6, it's 9:30. So 3.5, it's 3
Thank you.
I know.
Thank
successful on that. I didn't realize it. Yeah. It's cold in here. Got a little screen over here, hard to see it. That's real hot. I was wondering how they got everybody with here, so we went to the home. I know it's dealing with poor people as well, but they're not welcome to do what we need. They're welcome, it's been good. Yeah. Yeah, I went to some of them. I've been here 32 years. I've never seen it there That was a lot of well-to-dos in that order. You know the back road that goes to Wagner, goes up 59. I was going down that road one day. I was standing here in Wagner, and I saw Howard out there. These cows.
Yeah, we could.
I just built my house 4 years ago. It's all paid for. I don't want to sell it and move. Don't bother anybody. Nobody even knows it's Yeah, I did. Somebody donate to us $1 billion airplane. Exactly. And you do on it. You know, how we live back there. Yeah. He's starting to get Thank you. Thank you for making the implication on the law. I consider support for Brett. Where'd y'all move here from? I live in I was raised there. Yeah. I noticed on that deal, I wouldn't want that job either.
Okay, so despite having been plugged in during that entire break, my phone is still at only 11%. So unfortunately not the good angle we had earlier next to the podium, but at least y'all can still hear what's going on. Some of the trustees are coming back to stage, so fingers crossed they're getting started again. I really hope so. That's enough of me. Bye.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna go to number 7. Discussion, consideration, possible action to return from executive session. I'm gonna make that motion at 11:17 to return to
I'll second.
executive session.
Larry?
Yes.
Jason? Yes. Mark?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes. Discussion, consideration, possible action to adopt ordinance 2026-06, declaring a moratorium on all permits, approvals, entitlements, physical, administrative advancements of construction of facilities within the industrial heavy district under the town of Iowa zoning ordinance requiring the board of trustees approve prior to advancement of same, providing authority, findings, expectations, and an effective date.
Okay,
I want to kind of speak on this a little bit. One, it's a huge frustration to all of us. I understand, our zoning is not as strong in some areas as it needs to be. And I understand that property owners have rights too. I know that there's been a lot of stuff touted that this was due to national security and we didn't want to be relying on foreign countries. Well, the reason that this is allowed to go forward in Inola is because the ore is mined 7,000 miles away in another country. So, I think that you're still relying on a foreign country. But I don't know that we have the authority to stop the smelter. We do have, I think, maybe the ability to ask that concerns be addressed. And so the moratorium in a smaller version would allow us to address those. Either way, we're gonna get dogpiled. I mean, either way, the court's gonna pound us or the citizens are gonna pound us. I mean, we don't have a lot of choices. I think we can ask for a seat at the table from the court, and if they're truly, them and Century Aluminum and are really willing to work with us and address our concerns and what we see, then they shouldn't fight this. I mean, it's tough. We've been back there and we've heard all our options, and none of them are good. None of them is good for the town, and unfortunately, if this comes down to a battlefield, everybody that lives out in the county, you're not gonna pay for this. We are inside the city limits. We're the ones that's gonna get pounded. I mean, you look at what happened to the county over the rock quarry up north several years ago, and they wound up with a $30 million judgment against the county, I believe. And it wound up on everybody's property taxes for years and years to pay for that judgment because they didn't follow the rules. We don't have that option. We can't put it on property taxes. They're gonna come after the town. Okay, and we just don't have it. I mean, we're talking, I don't know, Tommy can interject here. But so the best thing that we can hope for is to try to have everybody's concerns addressed and the port step back for a second and everybody else step back for a second, and let's all put our heads together and try to figure this out. I mean, that's all we can do. Well, if you listen to me, I'm not saying that I don't have a recommendation here in a minute, what my personal recommendation is, but it may not suit everybody in this room. I'm telling you, you have not seen what we faced. You know, you can't go to the grocery store without somebody jumping you about the smelter, right? You can't go someplace else without being threatened to be sued by somebody else, right? So, that's right, and I will try to make the best decision I can for the town of Inola. That's right, and I am one of those people. Outnumbered, inherently.
Please.
And you'll have to vote for that. That's all I can tell you.
Let him finish.
So anyway, I got what I think ought to happen. I will give other people a chance to make their point across. I just chose to go first. That's just the way I am. I try to make this where everybody gets a little something, but we'll just have to take it at that, and I'll let.
Okay, before we go any further, there are 7 people down to make public comments on this agenda item. Okay? Now I can have it, these lightning papers, that you wanted to speak on this agenda item, and I'm gonna give you the chance to do so. So, if you're on the dark blue and you're number one, you got 3 minutes to come up here and
It's
make your
purple,
statement.
right? It's purple, right?
I guess it's purple. I got glasses on. Looks purple.
Okay.
On this agenda item, is what we'll be speaking on, is on this agenda item.
Number 8, right?
Number 8, so what your comment is on.
Yes, unfortunately, it seems like my comment should have been made before the executive discussion. But I'm gonna make it anyways. Half a year, 6 months, roughly 180 days. For a company who expects to be here for years, this is a pretty short amount of time to ask for a pause. So why do OPA and the TPA feel so concerned about the moratorium? It's just a little pause to make sure everything is done correctly. This, unfortunately, doesn't mean no smelter. It means a pause to make sure things are done appropriately. What big company wouldn't want to pause to win the public over and showing their legitimacy? In OPA's email to Mr. Dyer, they say how the White House, the Department of War, the Department of Homeland Security is backing it. You know who they didn't say is backing it? The citizens of Inola. Today, Trump said that there are 20 other sites that they could choose. I would bet at least one of those other sites previously had an aluminum plant and is already well adjusted around it. And as others have mentioned, it would be cheaper for them to restart that plant. Anyways, I wanted to thank you for accommodating a larger crowd so quickly. I'm sure when y'all took your positions on the board, you never expected anything like this. Your citizens have consistently told you how they feel about this. It isn't us versus you. We want to be able to support you. Please pass the moratorium. We are ready to stand by you. Do the right thing by your citizens. Thank you.
I really was hoping not to use this 3 minutes. Dan, I appreciate you going first. That's the hardest spot. That's really beneficial that they kind of did that, and now we get to speak right after you did. Sorry, you had to be first. One thing you said stuck out to me. You referenced Service Corps. That's the Rogers County judgment that they lost as Rogers County. That was a rezoning. It wasn't temporary. Had nothing to do with the temporary study. Had nothing to do with the temporary pause. It was a rezoning of an existing zoning agreement that already had something built. Unless I'm mistaken, from all of these folks that came up here and talked, OPA does not own that land. The Toll Support Authority still owns that land. And the last time that I saw anything about the city suing each other, I don't think that's something that really happens. When you have an AG that's already filed an injunction against this, and you have an attorney general who would be on your side, I don't love the initial toning of how this is sounding. This sounds like we're giving up. I don't see that we've gotten to that point. This is a temporary moratorium. If they sue you, you have every single person that lives here with you on your side. And I know we're not in the town limits. I wish that I had bought a house in the town limits so I could vote and I could be there and I could help you all. But we are still here. Hell, it's 11 o'clock at night and we're still here with all of you who are doing an insane amount of work. And you are saying to try to give everybody their piece. If you don't take this piece, there is absolutely nothing that prevents them from saying, thanks, we're going to see you down the line, have fun with the open comment period, that's all you get. It doesn't make any sense to give that up right now. Take it. Take your seat instead of nicely asking them when they have no incentive to help us. I appreciate all you guys have done. This has been a heck of a drag right now through this. I really, really hope that the threats that have been showed as the opposite side are not enough to stop you from for coming for us, for the people that live here in the county, in here, you neighbors, all of us, because none of us are saying stop. Honestly, none of us have. We're saying pause. And instead of trying to do this at 11 o'clock at night, do it over the next 60 days. Do it over the next time period you have. And it's really rough to kind of hear that initial talk. I mean, it sucks. It sucks for all of us who aren't paid to be here. So I'll leave you with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 3, please.
I'm gonna pass.
Thank you. Number 4, please.
I had a whole thing written. At 11:29, I just want to throw it all out. I want to speak as a human being to who I see before me as other human beings with human reason, with human intellect, with human will, with the desire to do the good, to pursue the true, the beautiful, what's right, what's just, what's prudent. The singular linchpin in this entire argument, what has kept me here, my baby's back home, till 11:30 at night.
The effects this will have on our children. Thank you.
I can't get past the polished suits, the polished smiles, the polished words. Thank you for coming. We don't believe you.
That's right.
I speak as a wife, a mother, a registered nurse, a farmer, an educator to my children, a human being. Until one of you can tell me that 425 metric tons of hydrogen fluoride will not be a mile away from my family farm, from the lettuce deposited onto the lettuce my children will be eating, the cows we plan to harvest to feed my children's bodies, the land that we plan to give to our children, the future, what defense, what National Defense Department can claim security concerns when they are ready and willing to sacrifice the well-being of America's children.
Right.
Farms, agriculture, families, the building block of society. That's why we're here at 11:30 p.m. Every piece of data. I am not giving this up. I hear voices behind me, sighs of despair. I believe in each and every one of you that even now, whatever you discussed, look into your heart and think about what's true, what's right, what's prudent, what's just, what's courageous, what's temperate, what's good. I appeal to you as a human being. Do what's good. Do it for my kids. What's safe. Do it for America, because America is about families. America is about children. The future of America is about children. Thank you.
Number 5, please.
Just a few short words. If we pass up this opportunity, all the time is left to do is ask and plead. If you take this opportunity, you still have the chance to push this project through. Or not, but you get the chance to look out for fellow residents. If my concerns around fluorosis in our cattle ranch can be addressed, and the smelter moves forward, I see that as a win. If it turns out it can't safely move forward, that's also a win, and we as a town
and you all as elected officials also dodged the bullet. There is not strong precedent for any legal case against the moratorium. Inola deserves answers and truth about this project. Just one closing thought. If you choose to side with the port on this, they still won't have your back. If you side with us, we will. And we'll be the ones who are around town, the ones that step out of the picture. Please do the right thing, council.
Okay, number 6 has marked their name out. So the last one, number 7.
Pass.
Pass. Thank you.
Does anybody else want to say anything? I mean, up here at the board. Okay, well, this is what my thoughts are. I'm gonna make a motion to adopt ordinance 2026-0-06, declaring a moratorium, that the ordinance will only be in effect for 60 days. So, I'm also, the ordinance will be in effect for 60 days to allow the city and other parties to explore all options that we have. So basically, all we're gonna do tonight is we're just gonna pass a moratorium that will be in effect for 60 days. Then we can come back in 60 days and look at the whole thing. But it does give us a chance to start just kind of freeze stuff and stand back and look and see what we've got and what our options are. The other options that we have on the table are far less than what this is. So my motion is to adopt the ordinance declaring a moratorium on the applications for the construction of any facility for 60 days and to readdress it in 60 days. Does that make sense? I'm tired.
Sounds like a good keyboard hit.
So, Dan, I think the other comment that you talked about was holding off on the mandatory modification of the zoning ordinance tonight, but we would explore that further.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
In that 60 day period.
The moratorium would be for 60 days. That allows us the option to explore all options, but for tonight, we're just gonna place a moratorium in effect. It gives us the time to explore all of our options. It's what I can do. I mean, it's not giving me anything. It's just what I can do. So is that covered?
Motion's been made on the floor, there's no more questions.
Does it keep them from suing us if we just do 60 days at that point?
Does anybody want to second the motion?
I'll second that motion.
Dan made a motion, second by Mark. Larry?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Mark?
Yes.
Dan?
Yes.
Charlie?
Yes.
Yep, you're done. Me too.
Discussion, consideration, and possible action to take a short break in this meeting.
I make a motion to take a short break.
I'll second that.
Yes.
We weren't here to talk about 60 days, we were here to talk about a longer period of
Yes.
time.
Excuse me, sir. Yes. You're disrupting the meeting.
You just took a break, sir. I'm making a statement.
Disappointed everybody here.
How is he disrupting the meeting?
We're supposed to be next month on 60 days. He was been a yes or a no?
I was about to if there's anything else I needed to. My bedtime is 9 p.m.
Yeah, we're past our bedtimes.
All right, if you have stayed on this long, congratulations. I'm dead. One of the core members of the group said there's nothing else we really need to stay for today, so I hope everybody has a great night and keep having faith, and hopefully we'll be able to do something better, and I hope we'll be able to stop the smelter. Have a great night.